Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to kindly remind all participants that food and drinks are not allowed inside the main hall. Jadi kami informasikan kepada seluruh peserta bahwa makanan dan minuman yang berwarna tidak diperkenankan untuk dimakan dan diminum di ruangan ini. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi kami informasikan kepada seluruh peserta bahwa di ruangan ini tidak diperkenankan untuk makan dan minum minuman yang berwarna. Sehingga kami mohon berkenan untuk seluruh peserta untuk menaatinya seperti itu. Dan kami mohon berkenan juga untuk mengisi kursi yang ada di depan terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih. Kepada seluruh peserta, kami informasikan bahwa acara akan segera kita mulai. Untuk itu kami mohon berkenan untuk mengisi kursi yang ada di depan terlebih dahulu. Selain baris pertama, kami informasikan kepada seluruh peserta dimohon untuk berkenan mengisi kursi yang ada di depan terlebih dahulu karena acara akan segera kita mulai. Terima kasih. Tes 1 2 3, tes dicoba.
to the 5th Health Science International Conference and 17th Indonesian Society of Cancer Chemo Prevention annual meeting. Recent advances in the prevention, treatment, and supporting care for cancer and chronic diseases. The Honorable Presiden Indonesian Society of Cancer Chemo Prevention, the Honorable Head of APTEFMA, Apoteker Erindia Retno PhD, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Health Science and Pharmacy, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, and Vice Dean 1 and Vice Dean 2, the Honorable Professor Hiroyuki Nakamura from Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan, the Mrs. Emi Hainida Hairul Ikram MSc PhD from University Technology Mara, Malaysia. The Honorable Mr. Ambara Rahmat Pradipta PhD from Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan. The Honorable our invited speaker from University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Respected all guests and all esteemed participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Alhamdulillah, all praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing that have allowed us today to gather here without any obstacle. May peace and blessing be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us to the path of Islam. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 5th Health Science International Conference and 17th Indonesian Society of Cancer Chemo Prevention annual meeting, recent advances in the prevention, treatment, and supporting care for cancer and chronic diseases, hosted by Faculty of Health Science and Pharmacy, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, in collaboration with Indonesian Society of Cancer Chemo Prevention, University of Muhammadiyah Surakarta, University of Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, University of Muhammadiyah Banjarmasin, University of Muhammadiyah Manado, University of Jember, Faculty of Medicine, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, University of Ahmad Dahlan, University of Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Ladies and gentlemen, the schedule of today's event will begin by opening, continued by Indonesian National Anthem followed by Sang Surya. Holy Quran recitation, opening remarks, keynote speaker session, invited speaker session, announcement, and closing. and recitation by Zul Ilmi. To Zul Ilmi, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. فبما رحمة من الله لنت لهم ولو كنت فظا غليظ القلب لانفضوا من حولك فاعف عنهم واستغفر لهم وشاورهم في الأمر فإذا عزمت فتوكل على الله إن الله يحب المتوكلين إن ينصركم الله فلا غالب لكم وإن يخذلكم فمن ذا الذي ينصركم من بعده وعلى الله فليتوكل المؤمنون صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Pharmacy, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, to Dr. Apotheker Hidayah Rahmawati, Hospital Pharmacy Specialist. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain amma ba'du. Good morning to our distinguished guests and dear college. On this wonderful morning, it is my honor to warmly welcome and express my sincere gratitude to everyone who has joined us here today. Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Dr. Nazaruddin Malik SA and SE, thank you very much for coming. The Vice Rector for the Chairperson of the Indonesian Society for Cancer Chemo Prevention, Professor Apotheker Mustari PhD, the chairperson of the Association of Muhammadiyah Aisyah, Hafid FMA, Prof. Erin, ya sahabat saya, terima kasih banyak sudah hadir. Our distinguished keynote speaker who have honored us by joining from abroad, Professor Hiroyuki Nakamura, Dr. Kim Jian-yang, Dr. Eni Hainida Khairul Ikram, Ambara Rahmat Pradipta, PhD, and our esteemed speaker who will be joining us in the session ahead, Dr. Ahmad Sobrun Jamil, Nurse Henny Sri Rahayu, Dimas Sondang Irawan, PhD. Residian 1 and 2, Faculty of Health Sciences and Pharmacy, the General Chair of the HSIC and ISSC 2026 Organizing Committee, Apotheker Naili Siva. All our co-hosts of this conference and all distinguished guests, presenters, and participants who honor us with your presence this morning. First and foremost, let us express our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing and mercy, which allow us to gather today in good health and for this international conference. It is great pleasure and pride that I welcome all of you to the 5 Health Science International Conference, held together with the annual scientific meeting of the Indonesian Society for Cancer Chemo Prevention, hosted by our Faculty of Health Sciences and Pharmacy, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. My sincere appreciation to the Indonesian Society for Cancer Chemo Prevention for its continued and serious partnership in bringing this joint meeting, to our speaker for so generously sharing their time and expertise, to our organizing committee for their tireless dedication in the months leading up to this morning, and to every author and presenter for interesting us with the work you will share over the course of this conference. This conference reflects our faculty's strong commitment to continuously enhancing academic quality, strengthening international collaboration, and expanding global engagement. particularly in the fields of nursing, pharmacy, and physiotherapy that rapidly evolving not only in education and clinical, but also in research, innovation, and interdisciplinary global collaboration. May the system that follows spark broader global perspective, visions, new collaboration, real and lasting benefit to the patient and communities. Welcome to the 5 Health Sciences International Conference and the 17th Annual Scientific Meeting of the Indonesian Society for Cancer Chemo Prevention. Thank you very much for joining us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next speech will be delivered by President of Indonesian Society of Cancer Chemo Prevention to Professor Apotheker Muhtaridi, PhD. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, Profesor Nazaruddin Malik, SMSI, Distinguished Dean of Faculty of Health Science and Pharmacy, Dr. Hidayah Rahmawati, my friend, my soulmate, Chairwoman of Majelis Perguruan Tinggi Farmasi Muhammadiyah, Profesor Erin, also my friend, uh, Organizing Committee of 5th Health Science International Conference and 17th HSIC Annual Meeting 2026, and especially for the Chairwoman, Dr. Nairis, our distinguished keynote and primary speaker, Prof. Nakamura, Prof. Ki, and Prof. Amy Hairul Ikram, estimate colleagues, members of Indonesian Society Cancer Chemo Prevention, researchers, clinicians, academicians, students, and all participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor as chairperson of ISSC, Indonesian Society of Cancer Chemo Prevention, to deliver these concluding remarks of 5th HSIC and 17th ICC Annual Meeting 2026. Over the past 2 days, we have shared knowledge, research finding, and perspective under the theme Recent Advances in the Prevention, Treatment, and Supporting Cares for Cancer and Chronic Disease. This program has brought together diverse perspectives ranging from cancer epidemiology and innovative prevention strategies to molecular research, drug delivery, palliative care, quality of life, and rehabilitation. This discussion reminds us that cancer prevention and care cannot be advanced by one discipline. We need the other discipline, collaboration among researchers, clinicians, pharmacists, nurses, physiotherapists, educators, and also the other health professionals. I extend my sincere gratitude to Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, especially Bu Ida as the Dean, particularly of Faculty of Health Science and Pharmacy, for their invaluable contribution in hosting and collaborating with ICC. Our partnership goes beyond just a scientific event. This collaborative effort between this faculty of UMM, Health Science and Pharmacy, and ICC encompasses initiative, community engagements, international seminar, scientific exchange, and the strength of national and international collaboration within the field of health science. I'm confident that the ideas and connection during this meeting will transcend the confines of these days, paving the way for new collaboration, publication, also education initiatives, and meaningful contribution to cancer prevention. My, my sincere thanks also extend to esteemed speakers, moderators, presenters, reviewers, organizing committee members, and all participants. Your invaluable contribution have rendered this meeting scientifically significant and intellectually enriching. This annual meeting of ICC hold particular significance of the ICC as a platform of an organizational reflection, accountability, and transition. Leadership transition is not merely change in individual. It presents an opportunity to preserve the achievement of the past, learn from experiences, and use it in a new era for our organization is ICC. This progress made by ICC have been result of collective commitment from our members, researchers, all of to involve in this organization. Of this new chapter, let us remain united by our unwavering commitment and scientific integrity, collaboration, innovative, and service to society. The challenges posed by cancer chronic disease continue to evolve. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the 5th IC and 17th ICC annual meeting, let us take home not only the knowledge we have gained, but also collaboration we have built, and commitment we have renewed. May the collaboration between ICC and Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang continue to grow, contribute in advancing cancer prevention, treatment, supportive care, and health sciences. On behalf of our organization ICC, I express my deepest appreciation to UMM, our speakers, presenters, participants, partner, and inter-organization committees. I wish this organization continue progress under its new leadership with renewed energy and even stronger commitment to advancing cancer prevention and improving human health. Thank you very much. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next remarks will be delivered by Rector of University of Muhammadiyah Malang, which will also mark the official opening of the event and the inauguration of the new name of Faculty of Health Science and Pharmacy. To Professor Dr. Nazaruddin Malik, Master of Science, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, also as the chair of the fifth Health Science International Conference. But, ah, oh yeah, yeah, yes. I will try to, uh, especially for our distinguished speakers today, Professor Hiroyuki Nakamura from Institute of Science, Tokyo, Japan. Warm welcome to you, Mr. To our university. Dr. Chin Xiang Yang from Gifu University, Japan. Thank you. Mr. Emi Ainiga Hairul Islam, MSc PhD from University Technology Mara, Malaysia. And then uh, Assistant Professor Ambara Rahmat Pragusta PhD, Institute of Science, Tokyo. Okay. Oh yeah. Uh, Dr. Rahmat Sobrun Jamil, Department of Pharmacy. Ibu Heni Rahayu Sri Rahayu MSc PhD, Department of Nursing as invited speaker. Also Pak Dimas Tondang Irawan PhD from Department of Physiotherapy. Uh, and also the chair of 5th Health Science International Conference and 17th ISSC annual meeting and all members of the organization committee. Also our distinguished keynote speaker and plenary speaker coming from Indonesia and abroad here that I was mentioned before. Our respected researchers, academic, health professional, practitioner, and colleagues that also in this seminar, and most importantly, all distinguished participants and guests of the 5th HSIC and 17th ISSC annual meeting. It is a great pleasure and honor for me on behalf of University of Muhammadiyah Malang to welcome all of you to this important international scientific gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let us express our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for granting us the opportunity, health, and strength to come together today in Malang for this event. I would like to extend my warm welcome to all distinguished speakers, researchers, academics, health professionals, and participants who have joined us from different institutions and our countries. Your presence makes this conference truly international, truly international, and reflects the importance of collaboration in addressing global health challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, cancer and chronic disease remain among the most significant challenges facing societies in the worldwide. Addressing these challenges requires more than advances in medical treatment alone. It also requires continuous research, innovation, interdisciplinary collaboration, preventive strategies, and strong commitment to improving the quality of life of patients and communities. This is why the theme of this conference, recent advances in the prevention, treatment, and supporting care for cancer and chronic disease is highly relevant. Ladies and gentlemen, scientific progress becomes meaningful when knowledge is shared, challenged, and transformed into action. I, therefore, hope that this conference will become a platform where researchers and practitioners can exchange ideas, present new findings, discuss emerging approaches, and build meaningful collaboration. For University of Muhammadiyah Malang, hosting an international scientific forum such as this is also part of our commitment to strengthen our role education, research, innovation, and community engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like also to express my appreciation to the Faculty of Health Sciences and Pharmacy, the Indonesian Society for Cancer Chemo Prevention, the organizing committee, and everyone who has contributed to the preparation of this event. To all participants, I encourage uh, I encourage you to take full advantage of this opportunity, not only to present your research, but also to listen, discuss, connect, and explore possibilities for future collaboration. May this conference generate valuable scientific insights, strengthen our professional network, and most importantly, contribute to better prevention, treatment, and supportive care for people living with cancer and chronic disease. Finally, on behalf of University of Muhammadiyah Malang, I wish the 5th HSIC and 7th ISSC annual meeting a great success. With Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this conference and annual meeting. Thank you.
We kindly invite Director to officially inaugurate the new name of faculty and symbolically open the event by hand scanning in the tablet. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is documentation session. Please the committee to arrange the participant to taking a place. Kami mohon berkenan untuk jajaran bisa berdiri. To our VIP, please stand up. And to participant 2, maybe you can move to forward. gentlemen, we will now proceed the certificate presentation ceremony for our co-host and collaborator. May we invite all our esteemed co-hosts and collaborator to come forward and join us to the stage. The first one is Indonesian Society of Cancer Chemo Prevention, University of Muhammadiyah Surakarta, University of Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, University of Muhammadiyah Banjarmasin, University of Muhammadiyah Manado, University of Jember, Faculty of Medicine, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, University of Ahmad Dahlan, and University of Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka. May a delegation of our co-host and collaborator join us on stage.
Terus berinovasi dalam mencetak generasi unggul, UMM dengan bangga mempersembahkan Pusat Pendidikan Medis Masa Depan, Gedung Kuliah Bersama 5 atau GKB 5. Berdiri megah di kompleks Rumah Sakit UMM, gedung ini menjadi simbol dedikasi kampus putih pada kemajuan dunia kesehatan. Mulai dibangun pada tahun 2023 dan selesai pembangunan di tahun 2025, GKB 5 menempati lahan seluas 2 hektar. Gedung ini menjulang setinggi 45 meter dengan 11 lantai yang kokoh. Mengusung konsep green building atau ramah lingkungan, gedung ini didesain khusus untuk menekan polusi, memaksimalkan sirkulasi udara yang sehat, serta memanfaatkan pencahayaan alami di setiap sudut ruangan. Keselamatan dan kelestarian lingkungan adalah prioritas utama. Gedung ini dirancang dengan struktur tahan gempa dan dilengkapi fasilitas pemadam kebakaran mandiri. Menariknya lagi, gedung ini memiliki sistem pengolahan limbah terpadu, memisahkan secara ketat antara jalur pembuangan limbah konvensional dengan limbah khusus dari aktivitas laboratorium. GKB 5 didedikasikan penuh untuk mendukung kegiatan akademik Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan dan Fakultas Kedokteran. Melengkapi fasilitas akademiknya, gedung ini juga menyediakan auditorium dan aula yang megah serta representatif. GKB 5, tempat ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan lingkungan menyatu. Menyiapkan tenaga kesehatan profesional, berintegritas, dan siap mengabdi untuk negeri. UMM, kampus inovasi, mandiri, dan berdampak.
We are now continue to the next agenda. There is keynote speaker session. The first speaker will be delivered by our first keynote speaker, Professor Hiroyuki Nakamura from Institute of Science, Tokyo, Japan. And Mrs. Agustin Rafikayanti, Master of Science, will be the moderator. To Mrs. Rafika, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone, distinguished guests, respected speaker, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure and privilege for me to serve as the moderator for this event, the 5th HSIC and 17th ISSC annual meeting. Under the theme, recent advance in the prevention, treatment, and supporting cares and for cancer and chronic diseases. This morning, we will explore a highly relevant topic at the intersections of artificial intelligence, chemical biology, and precision oncology. With the topic, shaping the future of drug discovery, AI, assisted design, chemical biology, and precision oncology. We are very fortunate to have distinguished scientists with us to share his expertise and perspective on this exciting field. And the keynote presentations will be delivered maybe 45 minutes, okay, followed by 15-minute Q&A and discussion session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Hiroyuki Nakamura, Doctor of Philosophy. Professor Nakamura is a professor at the Laboratory for Chemistry and Life Science Institute of Integrated Research, Institute of Science, Tokyo, Japan. He received his Bachelor of Science degree from Tohoku University in 1991, followed by his Master Science degree in 1993, and subsequently obtained his PhD from Tohoku University too in 1996. Throughout his academic career, Professor Nakamura has developed extensive research expertise at the interface of synthetic chemistry, chemical biology, and cancer-related molecular science. His major research areas include transitions metal catalyzed new synthetic reactions, molecular design targeting protein-protein interactions, target protein identifications and modifications in chemical biology, and the last, the development of boron delivery system for neutron capture therapy. His outstanding contributions to chemistry and cancer-related research have been recognized through the numerous prestigious awards, and the most recently is Nagase Science and Technology Foundation's Research Promotions Award in 2024. Professor Nakamura has also made remarkable contributions to the scientific literature. He has 390 publications and an height index 53. Wow, so cool. And with his extensive experience bridging chemistry, molecular design, chemical biology, and cancer therapeutic, we are truly privileged to hear his insight today and how this discipline, together with artificial intelligence, may shape the future of the drug discovery and precision biology, oncology. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Hiroyuki Nakamura. Time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much, very kind the chairperson for the very kind introduction, and also I'm very honored to visit this wonderful university, UMM, University Muhammadian Malang. Okay, and this is my first time to visit Malang actually, and also I really sincere thanks to my sincere thanks to the organizer and also the related committees. Thank you very much. And yeah. So today I'm going to tell you, but I think can you? Yeah, it's okay. So today I'm going to tell you about this, title. But before I move to the my talk, and I try to actually this ISSC. So I be already attend 2021. So this is my second time to attend this meeting. But at that time I just attend by online because of the COVID pandemic period. Okay. So anyway, so my university actually there used to be a Tokyo Institute of Technology, Tokyo Tech. But 2 years ago we merged with Tokyo Medical Dental University, located in Tokyo as well. So now we call it TMDU. So now our university name changed to the Institute of Science have the science, Tokyo University of Science. This is a private university, so very similar name, but a different university. So please remember that. Anyway, this is the Tokyo Bay, and this is the Tokyo Station, right? And our university, okay, here is the Emperor Palace, and you see this is the Tokyo Disney, Tokyo Station is located here. It's a very nice place. And here is a Haneda Airport. Haneda Airport is very close to Tokyo, but we have another international airport, which is Narita Airport. Narita Airport is you cannot see here because it's far, 80 kilometers far from Tokyo. Anyway, and here you can see the Tokyo Disneyland. Okay? Tokyo Disneyland is actually located in the Chiba prefecture, not Tokyo, but we call Tokyo Disneyland. And here we can have 5 campuses, and this is the main campus located in Okayama. And our campus is the Yokohama campus, and also we have we call the anyway, this is Ochanomizu campus, and also we have another campus located in the map. So anyway, and then this is there are recent topics in our laboratory. So we are focused on the anti-cancer drug development and chemical biology, and also we developed the new sensitivity methodology. This is we are focused on the CH activation or CH coupling, and also skeletal.
Manusia, kami nggak kedengeran suara speakernya, mohon dibantu.
Okay.
Professor, you went to manual microphones or using that?
Okay.
Maybe because the sound is unclear when using this mic. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. And also we are working on the boron neutron capture therapy and the photodynamic therapy. So today I'm going to tell you about part of the DNCT and also some drug, computer assisted drug design. Okay? So Dr. Yuri asked me to present the 3 topics: AI-assisted drug discovery and 3-dimensional molecular scaffold or the protein-protein interaction, and also boron neutron capture therapy. But we don't have enough time to present this one, so I just skipped the second topic. So I want to talk about the 2 topics here today. Okay, so in this first topic, I'd like to introduce our 2 useful the concept. So SAR matrix analysis and SARtron. Okay. So in the small drug development, so the SAR, structure activity relationship, or sometimes we call the quantitative structure activity relationship, QSAR, are very essential, right? For the optimizing the lead compound. Okay. So in many cases, okay, so small structural changes are called the small change in activity, and this is called the SAR, SAR continuity. Okay, and when this, the relationship is smooth and continuous, something like this one, so this SAR works very well, and we can reliably detect the untested compound, so new compound. Okay. However, the real SAR is not always simple. So sometimes, tiny structural tweaks cause a huge change in activity. So look at this example. So compound A and compound C. So they differ by only one atom. Okay, here 8 hydrogen, but here you can see fluorine. But their biological activity differs by 1,000 fold, difference. Okay, from the 10 micromolar to 0.01 micromolar. Okay, so this sudden change, the chain is called active conventional SAR cannot predict these activities. So this is a problem for traditional SAR or QSAR. And therefore, the highly potent compound can be missed because these continuous regions are not explored or well predicted. So this SAR, SAR matrix, we call SAR matrix, can solve this problem. So SAR matrix systematically identify such a discontinuity and help us to explore hidden activity quickly. Okay, we can discover the next breakthrough compound using this system. So this slide shows the basic idea of SAR matrix analysis. Okay, so the concept is quite simple. Okay, so we take a series of known compounds with their biological activity, then identify the common core structure, such as a key 2 and also variable fragment, like this. So these compounds organize into SAR matrix, as you can see here. So the row represent the each compound with different, set series of the different, the substituent. And also here, color also shows another set of the series. Okay, and each square represent correspond to the one compound, and the number and the color show their biological activity. So let's look at this small square. So compound A, C, and D are known compound, and their IC50 value differ from 5.7 to 9.3. So that these two compounds, A and C, differ by one structural unit. Okay, you can see here. But the activity change from the 5.7 to 9.3, so 3.6 log unit difference increase. So let's look at this compound D. Okay, this compound D has a different structure, as you can see here, but different core structure. But we can apply this difference, similar difference in changes to this compound. So now compound has a 6.0. We added a 3.6 log unit. So the activity, IC50 value of this compound can be predicted as a 9.6. So this is a basic concept of SAR matrix. So we can use the activity of known compound to predict unknown compound. Okay. So this slide shows the molecular grid map. Okay. This is a chemically similar compound replaced close to each other. Okay. This is complicated. But if you look at this one, so this is a close-up window, and this matrix. In this matrix, this square show the real compound, known compound, and the circle show the virtual compound predicted by SAR matrix. Okay, and if you look at this one, so this is a activity free because this compound shows a very significant high biological activity compared to the surrounding compound. Okay, we can visualize this biological activity in 3 dimension. Okay, so this activity landscape show this 3-dimensional grid map. So height show the biological activity, and if this the similar chemically similar compound show the similar biological activity, this landscape should be very smooth. Okay, but sometimes you can see very sharp landscape. This is called activity cliff, like this. Okay, and uh, yeah, this is activity cliff. So this is we can this molecular grid map can visualize, both chemical similarity and activity cliff in the 3-dimensional landscape. Yeah? So let me introduce you the one example of the development of the new inhibitor, right? So this work has been carried out by Dr. Yuji Utomo when he was a PhD student in my group in Japan. So we focus on amyloid beta. Okay? So amyloid beta formed, this oligo-1 and also finally formed the amyloid beta fibril associated with Alzheimer's disease. Okay? And our first standing point was curcumin. Okay? Well known, major content of the turmeric, which is important commodity in agricultural commodity in Indonesia, right? And also it's known to contain the Indian curry, right? So curcumin was already known to inhibit this oligomer or amyloid fibril formation. So we searched the curcumin derivative from Cambridge database, which is an open source. Everybody can use this database, which contain the chemical structure and the biological activity. Then subjects to the thermometrics. Right? So this is a molecular grid map, 2-dimensional one. So as you see, this is a curcumin, okay, and this is a circle compound show the virtual predicted by thermometrics. That you can see the thermometrics predicted these 3 compounds, which is potent for this activity, inhibitory activity. So then we experimentally synthesize these compounds and tested to the inhibitory activity experiment against the amyloid beta. Then we found that compound B, you can see here, compound B possessed 100 fold higher inhibitory activity than curcumin. Okay. So then we next examined fibril formation to check the fibril formation. But very interestingly, we found that compound B and N disrupt performed amyloid beta fibril. Very interesting. Okay. So this is already the preformed amyloid beta fibril. When this fibril is treated with compound B and N, as you can see, long fibril structure completely disappeared and leaving only the short fragment. Okay, so this result indicate that our compound, compound B and N, not only inhibit amyloid beta oligomerization or fibril formation, but also disrupt the preformed amyloid beta fibrils So this is quite interesting. Then we next examine whether our compound could work in vivo. So using Drosophila model of human Alzheimer's disease. Okay? So in this model, the expression of the human amyloid beta in the fly, okay, caused neurotoxicity and impairs the locomotion function of flies. Okay, so we can measure the climbing activity of the fly in the tube, and then evaluate the locomotion function of the fly. Okay, so result shown here. So the treatment, the compound N and B, improved, dramatically improved impaired climbing ability, as you can see. So these results indicate that our compound B and N not only disrupt amyloid beta fibrillary in vitro, but also rescue amyloid beta associated phenotype in vivo. So this is a quite important, right? Interesting result. So next, I'd like to introduce you another useful concept called SAR, SAR transfer. Okay, so we prepare target analog series of the compound with the target, which is in which the SAR is already known. So you can see, and also we prepared another analog series of the compound with a different the core structure, so which has a different core structure but similar substituent pattern to this target analog series, as you can see here. So we call the query analog series. So if this similar structural modification produce similar change in activity like this, so we can transfer SAR information of target analog series to query analog series. Okay, this is a basic concept. Okay, so this approach is particularly useful when the binding mode of the target protein is unknown, without knowing the detailed structure of the protein and the ligand compound. Okay, we don't need such kind of the X-ray analytic co-crystal structure. Okay, so this slide shows how to use this SAR transfer. Okay, the concept is quite simple. Okay, so this is a design. In this slide, we designed the MMP1 inhibitor in this case. So matrix metalloproteinase 1. So we first prepare the SAR series of analog series of the compound against the MMP1 inhibitors. Okay, then we search the chemical database for the another series of analog series, similar, which is a similar pattern, SAR pattern to MMP1. Okay, so in this case, we found KIF11, which shows a very similar SAR pattern to MMP1. Okay, such as compound 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we can transfer this SLR information of this KIF11 to MM1 inhibitor series, such as, so we predicted the compound 5, 6, and 7. Then we synthesize these compounds to experimentally evaluate this prediction. Okay. So this shows the evaluation of MMP1 inhibitor activity So among the synthesized compound 5 to 7, so compound 6, which has a chlorine atom, show the best result, most potent. And you can see here, about 35 fold higher activity than this compound 4. Okay? So next, I would like examine the docking simulation to know why this compound so potent. So according to the docking simulation, so this chlorine atom position very close to the arginine 214, and with the distance 3.37. So this result suggests that formation of hydrogen bond. So this additional interaction, may improve this higher inhibitory activity of this compound. Anyway, so we can predict the third transfer successfully give us a much more potent MMP1 inhibitor using this system. Okay. Okay. Next, probably I'd like to another probably 20 minutes. I'd like to show you about the boron neutron capture therapy, which we call BNCT. So, as you know, the 1 in 2 people will get cancer. Probably half of the people get cancer, half of them no cancer. Okay, and 1 of the 3 will die from cancer in our country. So in Indonesia, I checked the data. So 410,000 people can get cancer every year, and 242,000 people die by cancer. Okay, so this is a cancer treatment available, such as radiotherapy, surgery, chemotherapy, and immunotherapy. And medical doctor so combine all 4 options to provide the appropriate treatment for each patient. Okay. So BNCT is one of the radiation therapy, and they use this nuclear reaction. So when boron-10 capture the neutron, the helium, which is alpha particle, and the lithium nuclei, and generate a very high, huge energy, 2.4 megaelectron-volt. So if we can deliver boron-10 containing compound into the tumor cell, cancer cell selectively, so thermal neutron irradiation kill cancer cell selectively. That's why we call cell selective radiotherapy. Okay, and in our country, so world first, accelerator has been developed, and accelerator-based BPA, this compound, amino acid derivative, BNCT, has been approved for head and cancer treatment in 2020. Okay, so this compound taken up by amino acid transporter we call RAT1. Please remember this RAT1 amino acid transporter. And now clinically expansion underway for the meningioma, skin cancer, breast cancer, and malignant brain tumor. Okay, so BNCT has moved beyond concept validation. Japan has established a clinical platform, PD, for next generation boron drug. Okay, so this is our the boron BNCT facility in our country. So Southern Tohoku Hospital and Osaka Medical Pharmaceutical University, our collaboration with a collaborator. So these 2 facilities has already known installed the approved vaccine and treated for the head and neck cancer. And the National Cancer Center Hospital, Edinburgh Hospital, has a different type of the accelerator now under clinical trial. And the Tsukuba University and the Shonan Kamakura Hospital also installed a different type of the accelerator that now under the clinical trial. So this is a slide show the accelerator-based BNCT worldwide. Okay, not only the Japan, the China, very very active. No? So now they have 11 facility under construction. The one facility going to the clinical trial, and the Helsinki Hospital clinical trial, and also the Taiwan recently started clinical trial, and Argentina, Novosibirsk in Russia, Granada in Spain, and Pavia in Italy. Now these facilities are under construction. Okay? So this is the first successful treatment of head and neck cancer in our country. So this huge tumor completely disappeared after 3 times treatment. And then here you can see the brain tumor. So this is the 2 days, only 2 days after treatment, this tumor completely disappeared. Okay. So this is also the skin cancer. So this is a conventional surgical treatment. So this is a very painful, but in the BNCT, so after 5 years, completely disappeared. Okay, without any pain. So very high quality of life, QOL. Okay, so this is also another parotid cancer. So this patient could not receive the surgery because he lose ear. Okay, but after treatment, 9 months after treatment, this cancer completely disappeared. Okay, this is a very powerful strategy. So this shows the requirement for the BNCT bone carrier. So there are 3 requirements. First one, the suitable blood circulation time. So BPA, which is approved in clinical treatment, requires a continuous infusion during neutron irradiation because it's a short lifetime, okay, half-life. And also second one, high and selective accumulation in tumor. So usually 25 ppm microgram per gram boron is necessary in tumor tissue. So it means that the 10 to 9 boron atom is necessary in one cancer cell. And the tumor normal tissue ratio should be higher than 3, and a significant low toxicity. Because in the case of the clinical BNCT dose, 30 gram per person, then if the body weight is 60 kilogram. So huge amount of the drug can be installed in the only 3 hours. So that's why the significant low toxicity is necessary. So the question is how to deliver a large amount of boron to tumor. So this is available boron cluster source, okay, boron source. Anyway, so we focus on this paper, enhanced permeability and retention EPR effect, reported by Professor Matsumura and Maeda, 1986. So this certain size of the molecule can accumulate in tissues, the tumor tissues. Okay, in this case, 68,000, bigger than 68,000, which is albumin. So albumin accumulate in tumor tissues, as you can see here. Okay, so based on this, idea report, so albumin has been focused as a drug delivery system and carrier. Okay, so abraxane already approved for the treatment of this cancer in 2005. So abraxane is albumin paclitaxel nanoparticle. And also here you see the fluorescence level human serum albumin is now being used for the navigation surgery for brain tumor. This is under clinical trial. And also recently aldolubicin. So albumin doxorubicin conjugate. Now this compound is phase 3 clinical trial. Okay, so based on this idea, we design albumin boron cluster conjugate. So we synthesize this NCS boron cluster targeting to the ligand receptor or marine imide conjugation targeting the system decision. And very interestingly, so this compound, maranimid, we call MID, bind to the serum aluminum more efficiently than this NCA. At least we identify in cysteine 34 and 3 region literature, as you can see here. Okay? So then we next examine the biodistribution of this mid-aluminum conjugate to the colon cancer implanted mice model. So you see the higher boron accumulation is observed in tumor, and we can reduce total dose from 30 milligram boron per kilo to 7.5 milligram per kilo. Okay? So we still observe the certain amount, enough amount of the boron in tumor. And also very interestingly, when we inject only meat, without conjugation with aluminum, so we observed the certain amount of the accumulation in tumor. Okay? So we checked the blood. So you can see this meat conjugate the endogenous aluminum. So this is a quite important finding for us to further our design. Okay, please read me that. And also this is a BMCT effect. So you see the this is the neutron radiation in the at the time the reactor. Okay, Kyoto reactor, Kyoto University reactor, as you can see here. So this is a tumor volume. Okay, so significantly suppression of tumor growth was observed even at 7.5 milligram boron per kilo dose. Okay, so the some mice, the tumor completely disappeared. Okay. And also we have a collaboration with the Professor Kawata in the Osaka Medical Pharmaceutical University. So they have the brain tumor also topic at model. So we injected IV injection with our compound, and this is a quality control BPA. Of course, BPA is a much higher accumulation, but very interestingly, so our compound show the prolonged tumor retention. Okay, in all the you can see here. So during the 24 hours, the accumulation did not change dramatically so much compared to BPA. And here is the Kaplan-Meier survival after PMCT. So the our compound shows a similar survival compared to BPA. And here you can see the tumor normal brain ratio is quite high compared to BPA. Okay? So next we would like to the active targeting method. So we are targeting the integrin. Okay. So this one, cyclic RGD is known to bind alpha 5 beta 3 integrin, which is overexpressing on the many cancer cells and the neovascularity. So if you see this one, so we injected, we modified aluminum using a bio-orthogonal modification. Here you can see the cysteine, then we are compound conjugated the region mixture. Okay? So here you can see the cell uptake. So U87 human glioblastoma cell show the integrin positive cell. And this is a PC3. It's a prostate cancer. It's a negative, integrin negative. So you can see our compound selectively accumulating the positive cell. And this is the in vitro cell killing effect. So our compound more efficiently kill the cancer cell compared to BPA. So this is in vivo live imaging. Okay, so we are conjugated Cy5 with near infrared dye. So you can see this is a tumor located here. So even after 24 hours, it's a cyclic RGD modified mid-AC aluminum conjugate stay in the remain in the cancer cell. Okay, and this is a biodistribution. The selective accumulation in tumors observed, and this is a BMCT effect. Cyclic RGD is more efficiently suppress tumor growth in vivo system. Okay? However, the problem is the total dose are quite high due to its molecular weight of the aluminum, because we covalently conjugated the aluminum. So total dose is quite high. Okay, so we cannot apply for the human. Okay, So therefore, we are thinking about considering the different approach for targeting the brain tumor. Okay, so a lot of LBPA has not been approved for brain tumor BNCT. Of course, approved for the head and cancer, but not for the brain tumor. Then we search the this database and so the prognosis of the brain tumor patient. Okay? So the prognosis LAT1 negative patient was compared to the LAT1 positive patient in brain tumor patient. Okay? However, the very interesting, if you check its search, the FR alpha, which is a folate receptor, so the prognosis of the FR alpha positive patient was worse compared to FRR negative patient. So this analysis indicates that probably folate receptor FR alpha is expected to be potential target in treating of brain tumor. So maybe FR alpha is better than that one. Okay. So then we first synthesize folate receptor conjugated boron cluster. Okay, this conjugation. So first we tested the uptake by cancer cell. So U87 is a folate receptor positive cell. This is a human glioblastoma. So you see the 3 times higher accumulation was observed compared to LBPA. But this is the in vivo biodistribution. We injected IV, intravenous injection. But unfortunately, the low blood circulation, so that's why it results in the low tumor accumulation here. So we need something like a drug delivery system necessary for this compound. However, when we have a collaboration with Professor Kawata, they have a orthotopic rat model using a convection enhanced level. So I will let you know about the detail about this injection method. But in this case, longer survival, similar survival was observed compared to BPA, and the synergistic effect of the BPA and our compound was observed, as you can see. So this result indicates that FR target has a potential for BNCT on brain tumor. Okay? So then we designed different strategy because we have studied covalent bonding approach. So this is in the case of this one, high total dose required. So we use the endogenous albumin, okay, endogenous in our body. So by installing ligand, albumin ligand in the molecule, this is a non-covalent bonding strategy. So when we injected this compound binds to the endogenous albumin in our blood, then circulated in the blood, then release our compound from albumin to tumor tissues. This is our strategy. Okay? So this is a design of the compound. So these 3 functional groups, albumin ligand, and a ligand for target, in this case, steroid group for FR alpha, and also boron 10 source. Okay? So we selected the lysine amino acid, right, platform, so install these functional group. So this is a synthesis. So just I briefly mentioned that this diamine, is reacted with this ligand, albumin ligand. Then we install the boron cluster at this position. Then finally we install this FR alpha ligand, peptide group at this position. So this PPCIP. But if we apply this compound for human, we need a GMP grade, okay, GMP production, good manufacturing practice, okay. So in that case, we use the dichloro method. Okay? So this kind of the halogenated solvent is not allowed to use for the production of GMP. So we need to use change the solvent to methanol or ethyl acetate. This is also a big challenge. And also, we purify these compounds by Kalman chromatography. But the chromatography and also amber light, like a final step, are too costly for industrial production. So we need some precipitation method or recycling method. So we are now trying to establish the GMP production. But anyway, so this PBC IP, relatively low cytotoxicity, is about the 0.5 millimolar, okay? Because the conventional anti-cancer drug is maybe nanomolar or picomolar, but BMCT, very low toxicity necessary. And very interesting here, this is uptake. So this compound accumulate in glioma cells such as C6, 98, is a rat glioma cell, and this is a human glioblastoma, 10 to 100 times higher uptake compared to BPA. And here you can see biodistribution. This is a U87 xenograft model. So 3 times higher accumulation as a result in tumor than BPA. And this is a BMCT effect. Significantly higher killing effect, suppression effect was observed. And here, this is a body weight. This is no change. So no significant toxicity was observed. And also, we have a collaboration with Professor Kawata. We use F88, 89, 98, orthotopic rat glioma model using a convection enhanced derivative, CED method. This is a local injection with a long, slow injection for 24 hours. Okay. And then you can see the tumor bone concentration quite high, and tumor normal blood ratio is quite high compared to BPA, and the tumor blood ratio is also quite high because of its local injection. And here you can see the survival. So this model is very aggressive, and all the rat died within 4 weeks. And in the case of even treated with a BPA, they died within the 6 months, 6 weeks. But the mice, rat with treated with our compound, 50% survive, okay, you see, even 6 months after. And also combination of the BPA, this percentage increased to 70%, quite high, okay. And this is the tumor in the region. So after the 3 months after the BMCT, this is completely disappeared. No tumor, no damage observed in the tubular tissues. So this is a comparison. Okay, I don't have enough time. But anyway, the total dose, see, there's only the 1% of BPA because we are doing a local injection. So it means that it's quite safe compared to BPA, okay? So this is reported by, introduced by newspaper, and also last year, our research is introduced by the Nature, okay, into portfolio. And now the timeline for the approval, okay. So we started with this project in 2019. Now we are doing the preclinical study for safety testing under the GMP. The GMP, the good laboratory practice, and now establishing the GMP production. So probably this clinical study will be end this year. I hope, we hope to start the clinical study next year, but the problem is funding is, so anyway. So, and also just briefly mention about the other target. So we focus on the sodium-dependent multivitamin transporter, which is called the SNVT, which is also known as a biotin transporter, which is known to overexpress in the various cancer cells, including the FOA-ALT1. So we install the biotin moiety instead of the proteroid group. So then we test the biological activity. So this is I show this one, the molecular profile and the therapeutic outcome. So our compound, okay, the CRL111666 metastatic brain tumor overexpress this SMVT and also low RAT1. So you can see this our compound accumulator this cell model higher than BPA, and here you see the BNCT effect. So longer survival was observed compared to BPA. So BPCIP, so new compound, leverage SMVT overexpression to achieve superior boron delivery and therapeutic efficacy in tumor model where BPA is less effective. And recently, we published this paper in the Cancer Science. So this is our BNCD team. So we have a collaboration with Kyoto University and Osaka Medical Pharmaceutical University and Cancer Research Center and Tsukuba University. And also industrial partner, the Fuji System, who produce the CED catheter, and also Sumitomo Heavy Industry is produce the provided the Newton source. And also we have a collaboration in consulting Keio University and Stella Pharma as well. So this is acknowledgement of the BMCT research, and yes, and this is the last slide. Take home message. So learn from data, for example, SAR matrix and SAR transfer to discover hidden SLR. And more information, you please contact Dr. Yoshimori. He's the CEO of the Institute of Theoretical Medicine. Okay? And also target tumor biology, so next generation of the boron carrier, expand the application of BNCT. So let's explore the unexplored, okay? Data, chemistry, biology can result the future of the drug discovery. Okay, so this is my group, this one. So we have one associate professor and 3 assistant professor and this student, okay? So thank you very much for your kind attention. So thank you very much for the very your question. And the first question is about the albumin, right? And actually, this albumin particle structure, nanoparticle, just it's a kind of formulation. So in this case, just they mixed each other. So then the anti-cancer efficacy is not so different between the the clitoris itself, direct injection administration, and also this albumin, abraxane. But they avoid the side effect, such as some toxicity or the other liver function. So that's why I think that this at least this abraxane avoid the side effect, but the anti-cancer property itself is not changed according to the clinical data. And in our case, so we use the albumin because albumin accumulate in the cancer cell. I think that this very useful and carrier because there are many nanoparticle carrier, but it's artificial. Still, it's not easy. Only the you remember NLP, the coronavirus, vaccine. This is a nano carrier. Only that one is approved for clinical use. But even though the content of the nanoparticle is quite important, it should be similar content from our body, right? So that's why we focus on the albumin, and probably in our case, the boron conjugated albumin selectively accumulate in tumor tissue. So at least we know the probably albumin conjugated good boron carrier. Not only boron carrier, but also the other anti-cancer drug carrier. So this is okay. Your first question. Okay. And how about the second question? Second question is what? Sorry.
Boron as a carrier, so it's secreted prodrug.
Oh, prodrug. So in the okay, the prodrug. So they are. Yes. Yeah. In the one term of the the prodrug, probably it's possible. You can say the prodrug because it controls the release. And yes. So I never think about this is a prodrug, but I think it's a kind of the product as you can see. So yeah. And also, boron 10 is also prodrug of the alpha particle. Okay. So without irradiation of the neutron, without the capture of the neutron, boron 10 does not work as a toxic reagent. But once they capture neutron, which produce the alpha particle, then alpha particle kill cancer cell. So in this time, in this regard, maybe you can say boron 10 as a prodrug of alpha particle. It's okay.
Thank you very much. We move to the second question from this. Okay. Please state your name and institution, please.
Good morning.
Oh, yeah.
My name is Niputu Widarasmini. I come from Yogyakarta University.
was a very important question. Thank you. So in this case, the structure is not so important, or basic structure is not important, because we don't know about the binding mode, right? Yeah. So, but we just important, information is pattern, SAR pattern. So if the compound, this is okay, the PARP1 inhibitor, the structure PARP1 inhibitor, they show that these, fragment, SAR. So this is increasing from here to here. This is a kind of the pattern. Then, if you see there are another set of the analog set, which show they have a similar this SAR pattern, then probably we can use this information and transfer this to this pattern. Okay? So in this case, this one, this one, this one. So this, the sequential is also very important. Okay, so this is increasing the biological activity, and this is also similarly increasing. So in this case, both compounds bind to the similar pocket. Okay, the structure should be similar. Of course, the target is different, but the binding pocket should be similar. That's why this pattern is similar. Then we can transfer this data, data to other analog sequence. Okay, so this is a basic concept. So only we can see this, fragment, the substituent, pattern. That is only that one. Because there are many. If we see the Campbell database, they are very similar pattern but a different compound, different target. So we can numbering. This is the top one, second one, third one. Then we check, compare all the pattern. Then we finally decide which fragment can be installed this our target molecule. This is yeah, please. Yeah, for me, no problem, but okay, please. Yeah, pattern is very important. Okay. Right. So it depends on the database search. So it is automatically find the this pattern from the database. So sometimes you have a very high similarity, but sometimes not so similar. It depends on the target. Yeah. So in this case, for example, we found that the 4 fragments show the similar pattern. Then we transfer these others as a more potent. So this is based on it depends on the target and so on. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
For the future, the drug discovery will increasingly depend on the integrations of multiple disciplines or
for Dr. Amy Haimida Hairul Ikram is a distinguished academic, researcher, and academic leader in the fields of nutrition, functional food, and nutraceuticals. He currently serves as an associate professor at the Center for Dietetic Studies, Faculty of Health Science, University Technology Mangala, Malaysia. She obtained her PhD from the University of Queensland, Australia, and has over 2 decades of experience in higher education, research, policy assurance, and international academic collaboration. Please give applause for Dr. Amy. Will continue by some PhD and achievements. Dr. Amy recognized internationally for research,
Western continents, it also involved in Eastern continents, like Indonesia, Malaysia, and so forth. So we know that the transition of urbanization changes, okay, and the traditional diet changes over time. Okay, before we start to the molecular mechanism, I wanted to show the statistics, okay, of trends, okay, of global trends of on nutritional intake. Okay, now, so today, today, the poor diet is the first cause of poor health globally. All right, it's actually what we take daily. So when you see here, okay, this is the sorry. Okay, never mind. All right, so poor diet is now a leading contributor of global diseases. Okay, so exceeding several traditional risk factors. Okay, these are the number one. Okay, instead of all these traditional contributing factors. Okay, when you look at this, this graph here, okay, diet, low in junk foods are leading cause of healthy life years lost. And we see that what Prof. Nakabura already presented. Okay, we can see cancer patient like 400 and plus K, daily, and half of it die because of that. All right. So these burden are not caused by only one nutrient alone. Low consumption of all the natural food that we call. Okay, so like whole grain fruit, nuts, vegetables. Contributed, the low intake of this contributed to substantially to disease and disability. Okay, so in terms of nutrition, we have a lot of processed food. Okay, we have ultra processed food, we have processed food. Okay, in terms of cancer, okay, there's a research that have been published involving processed meat, with contributing on cancer diseases. All right. So processed meats such as sausages, okay, ham, salami, corned beef, okay, and deli meat is classified by the International Agency on Research that this is carcinogenic, okay, to human, which is the group 1. Okay, and specifically on colorectal cancer. And we also have ultra-processed food. Okay, what is ultra-processed food? Ultra-processed food is food that's already processed again and again, such as snacks, that's what we call ultra-processed food. Okay, so a lot of many packaged snacks, sugary drinks, also considered as ultra-processed food, instant product, confectionery, and highly formulated ready-to-eat foods. Okay, this is the trend now, all the viral food. Okay, so observational studies have found association between consumption and increased risk of some cancer. Okay, however, for the ultra-processed food, it is ongoing research. All right, but we know that processed meat, okay, is actually associated with the carcinogen, right? Okay, this is all the illustrated. All right. So when we look at this graph here, this is on our children. Okay, this is on our children. Okay, in some regions, up to 33% of school-age children eat no fruit daily, and up to 59% consume soda, or what we call the processed food. Okay, this is unhealthy that you begins early. Okay, we do not want this. Okay, even in Malaysia, we are number 1 in Southeast Asia on obesity. All right, so because of this pattern, all right, and in some regions, many children consume no food daily. Okay, and they're regularly consuming sweetened beverages. Okay, for our children, and we do not want this. Okay, because all the processed food is contributed to diseases early. So nowadays we can see the pattern that 30 years, 35 years old already has all these diseases. Okay, compared to 20 or 30 years back, okay, because of our transition in the diet. So we have to be focused, yeah, especially on our children, because we are the one who give them the food, okay, the guardian, yeah, the parents. We are the one who give them the food. We are the one who give them whether it's processed food or snacks or whatever. Okay, so but we are the one who have the knowledge as well, okay, and who have the what we call, we have the power to choose the food that we given to them. They don't, all right? They don't. Whatever we give to them, they will eat it, all right? So this is on our children. Okay, so this is on packaged food, yeah? So 69% packaged food aren't aligned with healthy diets. We all know this, all right? So this is globally concerned, and we can see in all of the regions, there's a lot of packaged food, processed food, that they are not aligned with the healthy diets, all right? So there's a lot of advertisement on these processed food. We know that it's what's different between a nutrition intake and, of course, the advertisement, all right? But we have the power. We cannot say, oh, this is because the advertisement. No, yeah, we have the power to choose the type of food that we wanted, all right? And we are the one who should take that responsibility and choose wisely the type of food that we wanted to eat. And we know that diet is the number one, yeah, globally, reason of diseases, yeah, including cancer as well. Okay, now, so I will proceed to functional food. What is functional food? This is the concept of functional food. What is functional food? These are the food designed to deliver benefits beyond the basic nutrition. So we know nutrition, we have all the macronutrients like the carbohydrates, protein, and also fat. Yeah, these are the macronutrients that give you energy. And then we have the micronutrients. This is the basic nutrition like the vitamins and minerals. We also have phytochemicals, yeah, that is not basic nutrition, but these are the things, are the compound that give extra benefits. So these are the compound that what we call, we can found in the food, and we call it functional food. For example, give you example like lycopene. Okay, lycopene is under carotenoid, yeah, vitamin A, and lycopene is considered as a compound. If there's a lot of lycopene in a diet, so it will give it act as functional food, right? Okay, this example just show that antioxidant containing plants can influence oxidative stress, inflammation, and immune responses across several biological systems, right? However, today I'm not going to focus specifically on all of these, but I'm going to focus on the cancer-related redox regulation. So as it relates to oxidative stress, yeah, a person's status has a major impact on the immune system. But it is important. Our immune system is from our diet, okay? All the drugs cannot heal us. So the immune system is the one that healing the body, all right? Drugs only stop or lower the symptoms, all right? So it's a major impact on immune system and development of comorbidities, right? So at the molecular level, a growing body of evidence indicates a close connection between specific biological response, such as increase in ROS, okay, that can cause oxidative stress and associated oxidative damage to DNA, lipids, protein, and other molecules, resulting the development of several diseases. All right, so growth of functional food. Okay, there are a lot of shifts of this functional food. Okay, so as you can see from the slide here, it's always projected under pharmaceutical on this functional food. There's a lot of products coming out, especially the ones that are developed from non-researchers. So always when researcher develop a product, we will do all the research, right? We'll do all research. We will see on the toxicity level and so forth, right? So all the knowledge is important, okay, when we develop a new product, okay. And because of the growth of dysfunctional food, this is because of the shift to more health-conscious food and drink purchase, and it represents a significant opportunity for the industry as well. The functional food is actually famous or popular during the COVID pandemic. Okay, when we have the COVID pandemic, okay, a lot of people, okay, in the world we know about these nutrients, okay, especially on the COVID, right? So we know vitamin C, vitamin E is important, vitamin D. During the COVID pandemic, vitamin A and D is the one that where they do a lot of research on that, okay, to actually combat that viruses, okay. So because of this, people know that your immune system is important, and you can only strengthen your immune system by eating good food, all right, or what we call specifically from the vegetables and fruits, because these are the groups that give you a lot of vitamins, yeah, especially the green vegetables. Why green vegetables are important? Because majority of the vitamins are in the green vegetables. That's why you can see the terminology of eat your greens. Yeah, eat your greens. So green vegetables, when you eat green vegetables, you get a lot of vitamins. So all the basic vitamins, majority of the vitamins are in the green vegetables, right? So when we know this, okay, the growth of functional food accelerated. Okay, people wanted to eat more food or bioactive compound that can heal them or treat the diseases, okay, or prevent to get diseases or increase their immune system, okay, especially for nowadays there's a lot of viruses, okay, that come out, so we have to strengthen our immune system. Okay, so these are the sales of functional food worldwide. This is on a projection of 2024. Yeah? So by product type, you can see here, okay, the vitamins. Can you see the vitamins and minerals, and dietary fiber is the one that accelerated a lot, okay, because these give, because vitamins, the antioxidant capacity is there, all right. The prevention of disease is in the vitamins, and also some minerals as well. And the dietary fiber. Dietary fiber is very important because dietary fiber is the food for our healthy bacteria in our gut. Okay, so if you eat green fruits and vegetables, okay, the fiber is actually the food for the bacteria, the good bacteria. So if you eat this daily, you don't need all these probiotics outside. Okay. However, if you take antibiotic, we know that it call all the good and bad bacteria. Of course, you have to take the prebiotics. Yeah. All right. So why does functional food become such? I think I've already mentioned this. Yeah. Because of the information received from health authorities, okay, and media on nutrition, and the link between the increased awareness of personal health, okay, and a lot of scientific research and development conducted on nutrition, and of course busy lifestyle and lacking of exercises. And we know this because a lot of women, okay, is now working, okay, and decrease of preparing food at home, okay, because when you prepare food at home, you know you will get all this natural food, okay, not so much on the processed food. However, because of this shifting lifestyle, okay, a lot of women are working. I'm not saying that working women did not cook, no, yeah, but because of their busy lifestyle, yeah, so we can see the trend, the statistical trends that they will buy a lot of processed food, okay, easier, all right, and this also lead to lack of exercise. So when all these little cooking preparation at home, okay, this trend, we can see the trend statistical moving towards a lot of disease and a lot of processed food, okay. So the functional food here is important so that people know what type of food that is give benefits to us, and we need to let them know that natural food is the best. Yeah, natural is the best. So we know this. Okay, we need to limit the intake of all these processed food. Okay. Okay, this is just the terminology of functional food. So you can see here, this is from the Institute of Medicine, Food and Nutrition Board. Yeah. Functional foods are foods including whole food and fortified, enriched, okay, or enhanced food, or what we call dietary components that may reduce the risk of chronic disease and provide health and physiological health benefits beyond the traditional nutrients contained. So this is from the Academy of Nutrition Dietetics. However, I wanted to highlight on this. This is from the Functional Food Center, FFC. So functional food as natural or processed food that contains known or unknown biologically active compound which identify effectively, you can see here, a non-toxic amount, provide a clinical proven and documented health benefit for the prevention, management, or treatment of chronic disease. So you can see this definition is unique because it acknowledges the bioactive compound in it, okay, or biochemical molecules that improve health throughout the physiological mechanism. Okay, and also when you look at this definition, it also mentions the non-toxic amount. Okay, toxicity is important. Okay, wherever we, of course, we will do on the in vitro first and then in vivo study, and we'll see, yeah, on check on the toxicity level. Okay, because more is not necessarily better for us. Okay, so this is the function of food that we have: the probiotics, the life organism, and then conventional, this is what we call full food, and then designer food. So you can see here designer food and nutraceutical incorporated food. These are to prevent development of cancer, heart disease, diabetes, osteoporosis. These are the ones, the designer food, the product, okay, that functional product food that is coming out fast, right? Okay, safety, this is very easy to look at. Toxicity, more is not necessarily better. The acetic intake level is higher than the upper intake level. So you can see that, okay, so the dose level effect, this is not not real, seldom in real, yeah? So when you intake is more, it will become better and better. So you can see that. Okay, so as you progress to the direction of more, the effect reaches a maximum and then plateau. So in this case, it's not toxic yet. Okay, that's why sometimes when I see people supplements, say, oh, I eat more than 2,000 milligram vitamin C. I didn't get any toxicity effect. Okay, I eat this one. Oh no, that's not toxic. No, it's actually because it does it's plateau. It does not give you toxicity yet. Okay, however, as you progress and progress, okay, it will go down. The maximum daily will stop, okay, and decrease. So when this happens, means it is detrimental for your health, and also can lead into to death. Okay, so this is for most of the nutrients. So do not say that I take this, I take that. Okay, I did not get any toxicity. I'm different. No. Okay, because it's plateau first. Alright, and it depends on, of course, there's a lot of various reasons why some people are more have the toxicity, because we have the UL, what we call the tolerable upper intake level, and it's different. Yeah, to get the UL is not easy. So, for example, in statistics, yeah, for example, in this room we have like 300 students and also participants. So maybe we give something, and maybe 50 of them have effect. Okay, still we cannot rule that as toxicity yet, because it does not represent the whole population. So to get that is not easy, yeah, to get the tolerable upper intake level. So whatever intake that you take, especially, yeah, if you take supplements, you do not exceed the one that has been noted in there, right? So this is very important, because sometimes people did not care about this. Yeah, so it's very important to not take more than that is recommended, even in your giving, yeah, in your food pyramid. Okay, do not take more than that is recommended serving, because to create this, a lot of research has done, yeah. I'm one of the member under the Ministry of Health Malaysia. Okay, I developed not me and my team, of course, they developed all the Malaysian dietary guidelines. Yeah, we have to look a lot of prevalence on this, all the research that has been done, and so forth. Yeah, for this. Okay, so the safety, I think this has been mentioned also by Prof. Nakamura. You can see here. So it needs to be assessed accordingly of established regulation, proof of concept. Okay, we have preclinical tests. Okay, efficacy and safety, pharmacokinetic, safe upper limit, the biomarker, and of course, last is the randomized trial. So they always have a status on this. Okay, now, all right. So now I will move on the general concept of functional food to specific bioactive compound and their molecular action. Okay, on specifically on cancer. Okay, before that, this is just example of research that has been done on the numerous food, okay, that have bioactive compounds. So you can see that we have garlic, yeah, act as the properties act as anti-cancer, anti-diabetic. There's a lot of other research that have been anti-obesity as well, and also curcumin. Yeah, this is also mentioned in Prof. Nakamura talk. Okay, on this, so you can see there act as anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer, antioxidative, immunomodulating, antinuclear. There's a lot of research that we done on all these food. Yeah. Okay, this is also example. Here's some example of what we call functional food. Okay, so tea is also one of it. Yeah. Of course, without all the sugar. All right. So also one of it. So you can see the type of compound that contributed to the property. Yeah, and also we have what the onions also have a lot of benefits, and we know Asian people, we use onions a lot in our cooking, yeah, which is good. All right, and of course we have cinnamon as well. Okay, this is the dual role of cellular rod. Yeah. ROS are not universally harmful. Okay, at low to moderate concentration, they function as physiological second messenger. Okay, so you can see here this is a physiological ROS. Okay, so these levels support mitogen activated protein kinase, yeah, and KT signaling. Okay, proliferation, differentiation, yeah. However, when ROS exceeds cellular antioxidant capacity, the effect changes dramatically. So you can see here the DNA breaks, yeah, the weight. One else because it's not functioning well. All right. So it changes the blood dramatically. DNA breaks, lipid peroxidation occurs, mitochondrial membrane permeability occurs. So this concentration-dependent switch is fundamental to redox-based cancer therapy. All right. So cancer cells are especially interesting because they already operate much closer to this toxic threshold. Okay, so this is the activation of vulnerability curve. So this is important. You can see the level redox tipping point there. So cancer cells already maintain higher basal ROS because of rapid metabolism, yeah, and of course oncogenic activity. So this helps them to grow, okay, but also place them closer to the redox threshold, creating a potential therapeutic vulnerability. So that you can see there the level redox tipping point there. Okay, so the key concept here is the level redox tipping point. And cancer cells have substantially elevated basal ROS burden because of the oncogenic signaling and accelerated metabolism. Okay, this supports growth, okay, but also creates vulnerability. Okay, malignant cells have less spare antioxidant capacity before reaching toxic ROS level. Pharmacological concentration, okay, of selected natural compounds or natural antioxidant may therefore push cancer cells beyond the threshold while normal cells remain within a survival zone. Okay, this explains possibility of selective tumor suppression, okay, rather than indiscriminate oxidative injury. So the actual ROS level reflects a continuous battle between the cellular ROS factories and antioxidant defense network. Okay, I'm sure a lot of you know about this here. This is on transcriptional crosstalk on the oxidative stress released by NRF2 from KIP1, yeah, allowing it to activate antioxidant response genes. This we're going to look at the antioxidant capacity, right? So these promote inflammatory and survival signals. The therapeutic goal is controlled modulation of this axis, all right? Not simply maximizing or suppressing one pathway. The NRF2 is activated by oxidative stress through the association between KIP1 and subsequent nuclear translocation here. In the nucleus, NRF2 binds antioxidant response element and promotes expression of antioxidant enzymes such as SOD and catalase. Okay, and then in contrast, a major regulator of inflammation, immune response and survival signaling the persistent activation and support tumor progression and angiogenesis. So the therapeutic aim here, okay, is not simply to maximize NRF2, but to modulate the NRF2 and F axis to restore redox homeostasis while suppressing the chronic tumor promoting inflammation. Okay, when oxidative pressure becomes sufficiently high, another critical tumor processor become engaged as well. So this NRF2 support antioxidant defense, where NFKV regulates inflammation and survival. Okay, the interaction in context dependent balance and NRF2 activity may protect normal cells, while persistent activation if established tumor may also promote cancer cell survival. So this is from Prof. Mukhtar with me as well. Okay, we produce a review on all these antioxidant capacity from natural food, okay, on the cancer, right? So you can see here, okay, this is the 5-chemical, okay, 5-chemical group modulates intracellular ROS level. So we have polyphenol, yeah, and then terpenoids and also vitamins elements. Okay, from here you can see, all right, so for polyphenols it act as direct scavenger, all right, and it can neutralize free radicals and so forth. Okay, and then we have this group of compounds, okay. Okay, disassemble the NF2 kit complex to upgrade endogenous SOD and CAT enzyme proof, okay. And we have vitamins and elements, right? This is essential to such an element as well, like selenium. Yeah, this selenium acts as antioxidant compound as well. Yeah, selenium, okay, not vitamin alone. Okay, under the elements, yeah, selenium acts as antioxidant compound as well. Okay, so this is on curcumin. Yeah, this is a case study here. Okay, on curcumin, so you can see here, all right, the compounding mentioned here, and then the direct ROS behavior. So drastic intracellular ROS spike, and selective mitochondrial ROS spike. So the downstream anti-cancer effect is, so you can see there, mitotic arrest, or what we call senescence, it is cell division blockage and rapid cell death. okay, and then we have permanent D2M, mitotic arrest, triggers downstream senescence pathway, and bind ROS metabolic enzyme to arrest cell at high doses. So curcumin demonstrates the dose-dependent durability of phytochemicals at pharmacological concentration. Some curcumin analogs increase tumor cell ROS and induce mitotic arrest. This finding should be described primarily as preclinical evidence. And also, you can see here, this is all the phytochemical classes and their biological roles in redox modulation. So you can see example here like quercetin, quercetin, So this is a direct RS17 activated an RS2 pathway, suppress polarization and inflammation. So this is example of quercetin, resveratrol, okay. And then we have curcumin here, as mentioned earlier, potent RS2 activator. Okay, and we have flavonoids as well. They're abundant in citrus, fruits, onions, apples, and this also act as antioxidant, potent antioxidant, fatty and methyl-therapy. All right, induce cell cytoarrest. And we have pro-oxidant and phytochemicals as well from garlic, ginger. Okay, so these are the example of compounds, LSD. And then we have the carotenoids, okay, as well. Okay, example of carotenoid like beta-carotene, lycopene, So these quench single oxygen, protect lipid membranes and so forth. Okay, these are the numerous studies that have been done on these natural antioxidants, okay, or natural bioactive compounds. Okay, they give these effects, to diversity accompanying mechanism to restore redox balance, suppress oncogenic signaling, and enhance the efficacy of conventional cancer therapies. Okay. All right. However, okay, we need to know this that eating only the food, the antioxidant, isn't enough to treat cancer. Okay. Okay, this is because most of them are aqueous. So we see here. Okay. The hydrophobic compound cannot dissolve in plasma, right? So rapid metabolism and liver and gut enzymes clear compound before they reach the tumor, and the short systemic half-life and the inability to maintain the required pharmacological dose, okay, the toxin sticking point. Even though, okay, the food is important to prevent, before you got all the diseases. However, it is not enough to treat, okay, cancer. All right. So you can see here, okay. So we know that simply eating antioxidant-rich food cannot be equated with cancer treatment. Okay, many phytochemicals have poor aqueous stability, like I said here, and dietary exposure may not sustain the pharmacological concentration required to reach the proximal tipping point or achieve consistent target engagement. Okay, if you already have the cancer. Okay, this is pharmacokinetic problem rather than the lack of interesting molecular activity. So, nanomedicine, okay, is important. Okay, it's important bridge between promising phytochemistry and clinical useful exposure. Right. So, advanced nanomedicine solve low viability and solubility gaps that we can find from all these bioactive compounds found in food, in functional food. So we know the advanced nanomedicine is important in encapsulation system, all right, targeted site delivery, which have been mentioned again in Prof. Nakamura talk, and sustained drug release, so it's important. So encapsulation can protect unstable phytochemicals. It improves solubility, support target delivery, and produce sustained release. Okay, all right. Okay, I think this is my second slide, last slide. Okay, so nanocare may bridge the gaps here by protecting the compound. So this is just how it protects, all right? Okay. All right, this is the biological impact of it. Yeah, release an exact threshold. Okay, lastly, okay, the future of chemopreventive precision redox modulation. So for this, to conclude, yeah, the integrated strategy provides a framework. Okay, you can see here. Okay, for future mechanistic validation and circular research in cancer chemoprevention. So my three take-home messages are: ROS has both physiological and pathological roles. Food derivative compounds regulate signaling pathway beyond direct scavenging, and nano delivery may enable more precise and redox modulation. All right. So for that, I ended my talk today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor, for very insightful presentations about your topic. We are very sorry because of a very limited time and short period for this first speaker in the second session. We will only have one questions for Dr. Amy. Okay, please, if you have any question, raise your hand. Okay, in the front row for the microphone. Okay, please give your name and then your institution.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Amin from Gajah Mada University, and as we know, people like sweet fruit. So therefore, many researchers and farmers are trying to breed increasingly sweetness of the fruit variety to meet consumer desire. So, what do you think about this phenomenon? And doesn't it also increase the incidency of metabolic disorder? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Doctor, you answer directly. Okay.
So thank you for the question. It's a very good question, actually. Yeah. All right. So a lot of people like sweets, right? Especially our Gen Z students. Yeah, I think majority are you all are here. So we have our food that all sweets and so forth. So in terms of nutrition perspective, yeah, we have all this what we call artificial sweeteners. But you know that artificial sweetener, according to WHO, the artificial sweeteners is actually for patients. Okay, not people that are healthy like us. Okay, this is for a patient like diabetes patient. So we wanted the quality of life for the patient. Yeah? If we remove 100% sweet, we don't want them to stress, and we know stress will lead to other diseases as well. So here come the artificial sweeteners, but of course with the monitoring from the dietitian and of course the health professionals. Okay. So nowadays there's an ongoing research on to use natural sources to actually pick out all these compounds that give sweet flavor. Okay. One of it is stevia. So this is already established. Stevia is from leaf. Okay. However, at the moment, okay, because it's from natural, the toxicity level is much more. I mean, to reach toxicity is much more higher. All right, to get there. So a lot of them are focusing to a lot of compounds that can create natural sweetness because a lot of people. Same goes to salt. Okay, my ex-supervisor during my PhD level, which is Dr. Michael, he actually now doing a research to come up with a natural food or functional to replace salt. Okay, because salt also is one of the reason of all the surgeon, etc. in nutrition side. So to answer the question, okay, researcher have to check on the sweetness from the natural sources. Okay, because people will like sweet. But the best take-home message for me is to reduce sweet in your diet. Okay, so for example, beverages, a lot of sweetness there. Yeah, so drink a lot of plain water. So we needed to eat to drink 6 to 8 glasses. So start from there first. Okay, start from there first, so that because sweetness is actually things that is like caffeine. You're addicted to it. All right. So your cell will be addicted to the sugar. So you need to reduce the sweetness and so forth, and then your body will align to not looking for more sweet in your diet. Okay, that's all from me. Hope that answered the question.
Okay, thank you, doctor, for with explanation of the question. So thank you everyone for your participation and valuable contributions. We've covered the key points for today's session. I would like to give a note from Dr. Amy topics today. So excessive consumption of processed meat, red meat, high sugar foods, and highly processed foods may increase cancer risk. A diet rich in vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and fiber is generally associated with better cancer prevention. And also there is functional food, provides benefits beyond basic nutritional requirements, contains bioactive compounds such as polyphenols, flavonoids, carotenoids, and also omega-3 fatty acids. So thank you again for Dr. Amy. Please give a very warm applause for Dr. Amy. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Doctor.
for having me. Thank you.
Okay, I will give the rest of this agenda to our MC.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen. And committee will inform or guide you in front of this main hall. Jadi kepada seluruh peserta yang melakukan sholat Jumat, kami informasikan bahwa sholat Jumat bisa dilaksanakan di Masjid Bejo di depan RSUMM. Karena kegiatan akan masih terus berlanjut. Seperti itu. So, ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker of this session will be Mr. Ambara Rahmat Pradipta, PhD, from Institute of Science, Tokyo, Japan. And Dr. Rizka still will be the moderator. So, Dr. Rizka, time is yours.
Okay, I will continue our So we will return to our agenda in this second session. For the second speaker here, we have Dr. Ambara Rahmat Pradipta, Assistant Professor, Institute of Science, Tokyo in Japan. So, Dr. Ambara, are you already with us in Zoom? Yeah, it's very clear. Yes, doctor. Okay, before we start the next session with Dr. Ambara, I will give a brief introduction to him regarding his curriculum. So, Dr. Ambara Rahmat Pradipta is an Indonesian scientist and internationally recognized researcher in bioorganic chemistry, chemical biology, cancer diagnostic, and cancer therapeutics. He obtained his bachelor's degree from Universitas Pajajaran and completed both his master's and PhD studies at Osaka University, Japan, under the prestigious Japanese government scholarships. His academic career includes appointment at Riken, Tokyo Medical and Dental University, and currently Institute of Science Tokyo, one of Japan's leading research institutions. So his research has been published in many of the world's most prestigious journals, including Nature Communications, Chemical Science, Cancer Medicine. His pioneering work focuses on developing a crystalline targeted chemistry for cancer diagnosis and therapy, leading to innovative approaches for selective cancer detection and treatment. Today, we are very honored to have him share his expertise and research insight with us. So, Dr. Ambara, you will have 45 minutes, and then the rest of this section we will have 10 until 20 minutes Q&A section. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Ambara.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me, and I really apologize that I did not directly come to UMM, but I'm really happy to share about my recent results today. So, thank you for the introduction, but I just want to show a brief personal background here. So I was story began when we found this type of reactions. So these reactions between this phenylazide and acrolein, we found that these reactions is selective and could give this diazo compound as a major product. We found that this reaction is selective because this structure is similar to the acrolein, but has a substituent at the alpha or beta positions. But when you react this azide to this compound, the reaction was not occur. So the azide reacts selectively only with the acrolein. And also this azide is very stable. It has a good stability even under the oxidative or reductive conditions. And one more thing is we found that if we add a bulky group here and there, this bulky azide has a higher reactivity towards the acrolein compared to this simple azide. So I will not talk into much detail about the reason of this, but we perform a lot of computational chemistry, and we found that several reasons what makes this bulky azide has a higher reactivity compared to the simple azide. So long story short, we synthesize this type of compound. So this is the azide which has a bulky group here and there, and we put the fluorophore group here on this para position of this phenylazide. So when we add this compound into the living cells, this compound will go into the cells, and when this compound meets the acrolein, it will react to give this diazo type of compound and will immediately make a covalent bond with the organelle inside the cell. In other words, we can make this fluorophore trap inside the cells, so we could see the fluorophore stay in the cells. So based on this result, we add our compound to several normal cells and cancer cells. Since the normal cells doesn't have any acrolein, but the cancer cells has a lot of acrolein, you can see that the reactions trap the fluorophore inside the cancer cells, but not on the normal cells. So in the other words, we could use this compound to distinguish between the cancer cells and the normal cells. So if we see in more detail, so this is the x-axis is the type of the cancers. So this is various type of cancers. This is the type of breast cancers with different subtypes, and this is the normal cells. And the y-axis shows the acrolein level. So you can see, compared to the normal cells, the cancer cells has a higher level of acrolein. And more important is that in the case of breast cancers, so the subtypes doesn't affect the amount of the acrolein. It still has the higher acrolein level compared to the normal cells. So based on our azide and acrolein findings, we have applied this chemistry into cancer therapy. So cancer therapy and diagnosis. So the first session I will introduce about this cancer diagnosis. Okay. So especially we are interested in the breast cancer because this is the worldwide case, and 1.3 million women worldwide per year affected by this cancer, and 1 in every 10 women in Japan is affected by these breast cancers. So if you can just to mention that the breast cancer types have several types. For example, compared to this normal breast gland, we call this ductal carcinoma in situ or this invasive ductal carcinoma based on how the cancer has spread. So in this DCIS, it's still located inside these duct cells, but in the invasive, it's already spread outside. Okay? And usually, for a breast cancer therapy, there is treatment. There are several methods, but today I would like to focus on this surgery. So, to perform the breast cancer surgery, there are two methods that mainly available. The first one is the breast conserving surgery, and the other one is the breast removal surgery. In the case of breast removal, all of this part of the breast was removed, not considering whether it still contained the healthy cells or not. In contrast, in the case of breast conserving surgery, we only remove the affected area. But of course, to do this type of breast conserving surgery is very difficult because it's difficult for the surgeon to distinguish between the affected cells and the healthy cells. So, in the most common method to do this breast conserving surgery is by using this HE staining method. So in this method, usually the surgeon took the stump of the affected tissue and then cut the edge of these tissues and perform the staining analysis and give the result to the pathologist. And this pathologist will determine whether that edge of the stump contain cancer or not. So if the pathologist still found the cancer part, then she will tell the surgeon again to perform the surgery. Okay, so one process took about 40 minutes, and while on that time the tests are still open. So it's very for the patient it's very hard and it's very burden, and also for the surgeon still have to wait 40 minutes if one analysis is okay, but if you have to do 2 or 3 analyses, it could take hours. Okay, so this is the problem with the currently available breast conserving surgery method. That is the required time, and also not every hospital have a pathologist. So to make a long story short, so we work together with the Osaka University Hospital, the surgeon from the Osaka University Hospital, and we gave them our reagent. We called the reagent is a CTS probe, the click to sense probe, and the surgeon took the stump and put it in our reagent and directly look under the microscope, and only within 5 minutes the doctor could distinguish between the cancers and the normal breast gland. So what happened is here the reactions between our azide and acrolein will keep the red fluorophore inside the cell. So if you see the red color, means this is the acrolein from the cancer cells. And since the normal breast gland has a very, very low amount of acrolein, we could not see the red color here. So you can see the difference between the normal and the cancer tissues. And if we look in more detail, here in the left side is our CTS probe, and on the right side is the HE methodology. This is the histopathology, the classical method. Even the pathologists could distinguish the type of the cancers by using our probe. So we provide 150 samples together with our collaborators and give to the pathologists, and they perform the blind studies. And the CTS probe and HE staining gave a similar result. The difference is that our CTS probe can be performed only within 5 minutes, while the HE staining needs 40 minutes. So this method now has been started for the multi-center clinical performance studies in West Japan and several hospitals in West Japan, and more than 500 specimens has been examined by our method, and it gives a very good result. And we, since acrolein is also produced by other type of cancers, other than breast cancer, we also perform our method to the colorectal cancer or maybe the gastric cancers. And as you can see here, even on the different type of cancer, we could distinguish between the cancer and the normal tissues of these type of cancers. One only problem from, not problem, I mean, difficult things from here is that we need this structure of tissues, the three-dimensional structure of these structures is very specific, and you need a special microscope to see, to perform the analysis. A bit expensive of microscope. So our collaborators work together how to make this methodology much more simpler. So our collaborators try to apply the method for this imprint cytology. So this is our CTS probe, and this is the stamp. We just put the stamp to our probes, and then just put the tissues to the slide glass here, and by doing that, you can see that the small tissues are attached here to this slide, and then we just put some solutions and cover the glass and see the result under the microscope. This is a very simple experiment, and also by doing this, we could also distinguish between the cancer and the normal tissues. So this is the positive case. You can see here the red colors come from the acrolein of the cancer cells, and in the case of normal cells, you see the difference. You can see clearly the difference. Okay, so this is our first result for the applications of azide and acrolein chemistry for the cancer diagnosis. So on the second applications, I would like to introduce this radioisotope therapy. So if you see the on the periodical table, you can see this astatine is on the similar group with the halogen. So from the point of view of the organic chemistry, you can see this halogen chemistry for the synthesis of organoastatine compound. It's very easy for the organic chemist to perform this. The special astatine, the natural element of astatine it's not available in nature. So it should be synthesized. In RIKEN, we have facilities to synthesize this astatine. Probably this is the best one of the best in the world, because in RIKEN we can synthesize this astatine in a high amount and also in high purity. So the good things about the astatine is it has a 7.2 hours of a half-life, and when it decay, it would give this alpha particle. So what is good from this alpha particle? So compared to this beta particle, in the case of beta particle, the energy is low and the range is long. So when we added this beta particle to the cancers, it will also affect because of this long range, it also could affect these normal cells. On the other hand, if we use the alpha particle, it only, since the short range of this alpha particle only affected this cancer cell, but not affected this normal cells. Okay, so if we could make this alpha particle attached to the cancer cell, then we could have a very selective radioisotope therapy. Okay, so the concept is by using this azide and acrolein, just by replacing the previously attached fluorophore with this alpha emitter, with this astatine, to provide this, we call this compound is ADIPA, astatine diisopropyl phenyl azide, then we could perform this selective radioisotope therapy. So we synthesize this compound in RIKEN because RIKEN can provide us a fresh astatine, and we use this fresh astatine to synthesize this type of ADIPA compound. So we develop, I will not talk in too much detail on the synthesis, but we have developed the method to synthesize this adipa compound from this fresh astatine, which is produced in Ricane. And after we provide the adipa, we also synthesize this control compound, which does not have the azide. So just to prove that the azide is important for this selectivity, and also we provide this astatine salt, and also this saline water. So we injected these 4 type of compound to the groups of xenograft mouse which has the lung cancers, and only one by injections, this adipa compound compared to the control compound could repress the growth of the tumor cells. You can imagine this is only one-time injections, and you can see the difference of the tumor growth that treated by our adipa or treated by the control compound. And the survival rate also increased. The one that treated with our adipa compound could live more than 2 months. Okay? And you can see in these photos, the one that treated with the salt and treated with the compound still have the tumor even at the day of 16. You can see here, but in the case of the one that treated with our adipa compound, you can see that the tumor is almost difficult to see. Okay, this only one injections, and at the end of our experiment, we sacrificed the mouse and to see the distributions of this our compound. So in the case of the salt, it's because it's same like the salt, it just accumulated in the thyroid, but our adipa compound accumulated in the tumor area. Okay, so this is to show you that our adipa compound only by one injections could treat the cancer selectively, and no side effects also observed in this experiment. So to expand the availability of our method, since the astatine is halogen, but the other type of radioisotope is metal, so we also synthesize this type of adipa compound with a chelator here, which could bind to the metal radionuclide, so we can also perform like the single photon emission compute tomography or SPEC, and we could also change the radionuclide based on the purpose of our analysis. Okay, so that's the second example of our azide acrolein methodology, and I will move to the next example that we use this azide and acrolein for this targeted cancer therapy. So this is also using our knowledge as a organic synthetic chemist. So we now design this compound. This azide now bind to the drug but in between these two compounds we add this carbamate linker. So when this goes inside the mouse, it will release selectively the drug. So I will show you this into more detail on the several next slides. So before that, I would like to tell you about the conventional method of this cancer therapy. I think most of the people here know about this, but I just would like to remind again that the problem with this conventional drug is that, of course, it could kill the cancer cells, but it's also affected other cells. That's why we have the side effects of the cancer drugs, because they also affected and killed normal cells. But organic chemists could modify this drug with let's say these protecting groups. In organic chemistry, we know that if we modify one side or maybe one functional group of the drug, it could affect the reactivity. It could decrease the selectivity, decrease the activity of this drug. So we call this the prodrug, which has non-toxic effect. But usually the now the developed prodrug usually using this protecting group, which not react with the normal cells but react with the cancer cells. But the problem with the reported prodrug is that usually they use a specific enzyme on the surface of the cancer cell to cleave this protecting group to release this drug. But the actual problem is there is no universal enzyme in cancer cells. So even though if you design this compound that could selectively react with the one type of cancer, but maybe it will not be work with other cancer, or maybe that enzyme also actually exists in the normal cells also. So our strategy is by using our phenylazide and drug prodrug here. So in the case of the normal cells, we don't have acrolein here, so the azide will not react with the acrolein. So even though if this compound goes to the normal cells, it will not show any cytotoxicity. But when you add this prodrug to the cancer cells, the reactions between azide and acrolein occur to give this diazo compound. So when this diazo compound was produced, this electron push this double bond and these conjugate systems, and it will cleave this carbamate compound to give these free drugs only in the cancer cells. So because these reactions only occur in the cancer cells, so this drug will be only released on the cancer cells and selectively they kill the cancers. So we also perform these reactions, this strategy, to the mouse models. So we provide the mouse models, and we injected our prodrug. So here we injected our prodrug here. Also the drug without the azide, without the protecting group. So this is the free azide, the free drug, the mitomycin's drug here. And this is only we injected the saline as the one of the control experiment. So here we injected 4 times injections, and you can see here that in the case of injection of the drug, here the blue line, you can see here, the mitomycins itself could suppress the tumor growth here. You can see compared to the control experiment. But before the 4th injections, you can see here there's an inflammation here on the mouse cells, and the body weight also decreased due to the side effects. So unfortunately, this drug-treated mouse group was dead before the experiment is finished. But in the case of our prodrug, you can see here that the tumor growth can be suppressed, and also you can see no inflammations here, no side effects, and the survival rate also increased up to 2 months compared to the drug and control. And we then try this prodrug with different types of known drugs. For example, this doxorubicins. So we also performed similar experiment, and we injected this control compound and doxorubicin and also the prodrug. This also gave a similar result. When you injected only the drug doxorubicin, you can see the tumor growth can be suppressed, but you can see that side effects, and also the, the mouse pass away before the experiment are finished. But on the case of our product, the tumor growth also can be suppressed and no side effect, and the survival rate is increased. So we use this method and design our product platform. We design many types of product with different types of known cancer drugs, and we are aiming for the clinical research, and now we are performing studies also in several types of different types of mouse models and cancer, different type of cancers. And so I hope this could show you, could convince you that our very simple azide and acrolein chemistry can be used for cancer diagnosis and cancer treatment just by changing this part with a fluorophore or maybe the radio emitter or maybe drug. So today I would only show you these three examples, but also we actually perform other type of loading for like inhibitor or maybe this protein degrader compound. So why we perform this? Because actually when you goes to the hospital, I mean the medical doctor actually need a lot of different method which is can be applied to different type of patients. So we need to provide the medical doctor many kind of method that can be applied for personal medicines. So for example, when the medical doctor found the breast cancer, which stage maybe can be used by different compound, or maybe can be used for this metastatic cancer treatment, and etc. So we try to provide this next generation cancer treatment. Okay, so I think I have only like 10 more minutes. Just at the end of at the last 10 minutes, I will talk a little bit different reactions. So before I move to the type of the reactions, I want to show you about this polymer chemistry. I mean, the polymers, this is a very high molecular weight compounds. Recently, many chemists are trying to synthesize these polymers inside the cells. It could be anything, I mean, live cells, with normal cells or cancer cells, for the purpose of bioimaging, or maybe engineered biohybrids or bioactive materials, or maybe to modulate the biofunctions of the cells. But synthesizing polymers outside the cells and then put it inside the cells is almost impossible, because the polymers is insoluble in many solvents. So it's almost impossible to put these polymers into the live cells. So many scientists are trying to provide a monomers, and which is more soluble. I mean, it could goes into the cells, and these monomers then react due to the, for example, triggered by the ROS, or maybe triggered by the enzyme light or many others, to induce the in situ polymerization. So the chemists trying to synthesize this polymer inside the cells by using this method. So for this is the many example. I just want you to show. I just show you the two examples. So, for example, this is the monomer and the photoinitiator added to the cells, and after the triggered by this light, the reaction occurred to give this polymer. Also, recently there's this example, but this is very difficult conditions to perform these reactions, and also different many types of polymerization inside the cells reported in the literature. But the problem is all of these kind of reactions need an initiator. It means that you need to put more than 2 compounds into the cells, which is it's almost impossible if you want to do this in vivo, in living animals, because if you have to put two cells which has to meet at the point, exact point to perform the reactions, is very difficult. And most of them was performed under non-physiological conditions, and no cancer selectivity is reported by this method. So in our lab, we also found the reactions between this acrolein and this ethanolamine. So the difference is, on the previous slides, I show you the reaction with the azide, but this one, I use this reaction, the acrolein with this ethanolamine, to give this, we call this compound the diazocyclooctane, this 8-membered ring compound. And this compound is also, the reaction is also selective only with the acrolein, but not react with the acrolein, this beta substitute or alpha substituted acrolein. Okay, so now to synthesize the polymer inside the cancer cells, we design this ethanolamine. So this phenyl group now has these two ethanolamine. So when you reacted this with the acrolein, it will give you this 8-membered ring polymers. So in the case of the cancer cells, when you add this ethanolamine to the cancer cells, it will react with the acrolein to give these polymers. But in the case of the normal cells, since we don't see any acrolein here, this compound will be excreted again, then no polymers is formed by this addition. So again, long story short, we synthesize this compound, and when we add this acrolein, it immediately gives this polymer. Okay. And we perform a lot of compound analysis. I will not talk in more detail also on this. And so we synthesize now this ethanolamine, which has this functional group. So this compound is non-fluorophore at this form, but when you add an acrolein to this compound, this polymer will give an aggregate state, and this compound then become highly emissive. So here, this is the compound without the acrolein, but when you add the acrolein, more amount of acrolein, you can see the fluorophore increase here. So we use this compound and add this compound into several different types of cancer cells, and you can see now the compound shows in blue. You can see here in blue color, but in the case of normal cells, the intensity is much lower, as you can see here in the graph. So the reactions between this monomer with the acrolein inside the cell would give the polymer within the cancer cells which has a high fluorescence emissions. So we can also use this for the differentiations between the cancers and the normal tissues. So this sample is from the real breast cancer patients from the Osaka University, and we stain the sample, the cancer tissues and the normal tissues with our monomer, and when the polymer was formed, you can see that the blue color here from the fluorophore of the from the aggregates of the polymer, but here you can see nothing on the case of breast normal gland. So to conclude here, so we put this our functional monomer into the cancer tissues to give this polymer within the cell. So our strategy with the acrolein here, I introduced these two types of reactions, but also we perform with other reactions. Due to the time limitation, I will not introduce about this. And also we are working with these polyamines and also with the carbon monoxide within the cancer cells. And I hope that this will convince you that we could utilize these small molecules within the cancer cell to synthesize a functional compound or maybe drugs within the cancer cells. So finally, I would like to mention that I work in the Professor Katsunori Tanaka laboratory, and I would like to thank him for giving me a lot of freedom for performing the experiment, and also with the students and all the alumni, and also our collaborators in Rikeng, in Osaka University and other institutes. And finally, I would like to close my presentation by showing our photos here. This is Professor Katsunori Tanaka, and this is our current lab member. And I would like to thanks for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ambara. Please, if applause for him. Thank you, Doctor. Very insightful experiments from Dr. Ambara. Okay, next we will have a session, Q&A session. Maybe we have one question first. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Dr. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, thank you for your presentation, and sorry that I didn't follow all the presentation because of the Friday prayer here. But I can find that your last couple of slides, that's very interesting. But before that, maybe it's just it's nice to meet you again, because I think we have met before in Brisbane sometimes ago, if you remember me. My name is Pinus Jumariatno. I'm from Department of Pharmacy, Universitas Islam Indonesia. I met you when you were in Brisbane for presenting poster, I think, in an international seminar.
Yes, I remember, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just would like to ask that, if I'm not mistaken, that the acrolein is such a kind of amine derivative. If please correct me if I'm wrong. And then it seems like its acrolein is carrier for the drug. So is that yeah, that's my question actually. Is this acrolein is kind of a carrier for the drug that for targeting cancer? Thank you.
Okay, nice to meet you again. I am happy that you still remember me. I mean, thank you so much. So, the acrolein, actually, this kind of metabolites, many people says that, I mean, several reports mention that the acrolein can be used as a biomarker of the cancer due to these overproductions of these cancer cells on due to the overproduction of these acrolein on the cancer cells. But actually nobody understand how exactly the details, the reason why the cancers produce this type of acrolein. And several hypotheses mention that due to the high level of oxidative states on the cancers, these oxygen species induce the lipid peroxidation process, so it will cleave the long chains of the lipids into a specific positions, and then at the end product, it will give this one of the end product as the acrolein, because the lipid has a longer chain here at the beta position of the acrolein, and that's one of the mechanism. But that mechanism also true because it can be also proved actually. And the other mechanism is that the polyamine oxidase could oxidize this polyamine compound into acrolein. So this is the reason why this two of the reason why the acrolein amount is increased inside the but nobody have ever see experimentally the amount of the acrolein on the cancer cells and the normal cells, and that's why we perform our experiment, and we show that by using our compound we can see our since our reaction is selective to the acrolein, you can see that this is the first example of the experiment which shows the acrolein level on the cancers and the normal cells. So I'm maybe I don't get what you mean by the carrier, but usually nobody care a lot of acrolein because it's too small, it's difficult to handle, and it's very reactive. And therefore nobody ever tried to see in more detail about the acrolein in the cancer cell. But since we found our reaction is very selective to the cancer, then we then develop and expand our acrolein chemistry into this several method to diagnose or maybe treat the cancers. So I hope that could answer your questions maybe.
Yeah, sorry, maybe can I ask a bit? The carrier here, I mean like the acrolein itself is linked to the drug that has activity as a cancer for cancer. Is that hopefully that makes it clear? Like it's like a prodrug.
You mean so the acrolein react with the drugs?
No, the acrolein linked or bonded with the synthesized with acrolein, and then linked to the drug that have maybe like I saw that a lot of amine or nitrogen in your compound, but I think because of the time limitation, maybe we can discuss later.
Okay, maybe this is true that the acrolein is very reactive. You can it can react with the amine to make the imine, or maybe you can make a dark here. But we found that the azide, that's why we use this. The azide compound reacts selectively to give the diazo compound, and that's why we use the strategy here. But I'm sorry, I could not catch the exact question about I mean, your questions about the reaction with the drug, but maybe we can discuss later about it.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ambara, for your interesting presentation. I have two questions. Firstly, as we know that the position of the functional group flanked with the bulky substituents is usually less active. But why your azide flanked with the bulky substituent is more active than the simple one? And the secondly, how to ensure that your compound applied to the animal is targeted to the cancer cell? Is there any adverse effect if your compound enters to the normal cells too? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the question. So from the from the chemistry point of view, you can see here in the case of simple azide, this azide is rotating on this pre-reaction intermediate before the transition states. This azide is rotating, right? And when acrolein comes, it reacts with the acrolein. But in this case, when we have the bulky group here, this pre-reaction intermediate, so the azide is almost like a fix here, almost into the similar positions when the on the transition state when this azide is close to the acrolein. So the energy needed to for the reactions with the acrolein on bulky azide is lower compared to this simple azide here. So because this bulky group actually is not disturbing this azide, but indeed it makes the azide into the the good position for the reactions with the acrolein. That's why it makes the reaction with the acrolein faster compared to the simple azide. That's one of the question number one, I guess. And on the second one, we did a lot of experiments. So to make sure that it directly, actually this azide goes everywhere into the when we put it into the animals, into the mouse models, it goes anywhere, but everywhere into the body. But at the end, the unreacted azide was secreted to the urine, or maybe to the yeah, it's excreted outside the body. But only the one that react with the acrolein inside the tumor stays in the tumor. It means that and also when it was not reacted with when it goes to the other part of the tissue organs, since it's not have any side effects, it will goes outside the bodies immediately. So one of the things that it maybe can show you that here we the distributions of this ADIPA compound, for example, shows that it's not after the injections, 18 hours after the injections, this compound only react with the acrolein and attach into the tumor, and not affected other systems. Also, in the case of prodrugs, also, yeah, we also check with the distributions, the PK, PD. We perform the experiment, and so far, the unreacted azide not stay inside the body, but immediately excreted to the urine. Only those who react with the acrolein inside the cancers stays within the cancer cells. Maybe that's could answer the questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ambara, for the Q&A session. I think we arrive in the final session for this second session, and with that, we have come to the end of our session. So for the summary here from Dr. Ambara research topic, so to cure cancer, different treatment from chemistry perspective, first you and then second, using radioisotope therapy, using astatine 211 as a promising as targeted radiopharmaceutical because it delivers powerful alpha radiation directly to cancer cells while potentially minimizing damage to surrounding tissue, and last, using non-toxic prodrug. And I would like to sincerely thank you for our distinguished speakers for their excellent contributions and all participants for your attention, questions, and active engagement. I hope today's discussion has provided valuable insights and sparked new ideas for future research and collaboration. It has been a pleasure serving as your moderator. Thank you everyone and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you Dr. Ambara and Dr. Emi.
Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Rizka. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a break for duhur prayer and also lunch. And the next session will be resumed at 1 p.m. Please be informed that prayer facilities are available on the event number floor of this building, namely 2nd, 4th, and also 6th floor. Please enjoy your lunch in front of the main hall, and we kindly ask all participants to return to the main hall and be seated before the session resumes. Because after the parallel session, we will have a present form to be signed. Kami informasikan bahwa kita akan melaksanakan istirahat, sholat duhur dan juga makan siang, dan kegiatan akan kita mulai kembali pada pukul 1. Dan kami informasikan bahwa tempat sholat bisa dilakukan di lantai genap pada gedung ini, baik lantai 2, 4 maupun 6. Dan kami informasikan kepada seluruh peserta untuk kembali ke ruangan pada pukul 1, karena setelah parallel session akan ada presensi kembali. Terima kasih. So thank you and enjoy your breaks. Kami persilakan juga untuk para partisipan dapat berfoto di foto booth maupun di venue foto 360 derajat yang berada di depan gedung ini. For all participants, we inform you that you can have a photo in our photo booth and also 30, 60 degrees spin for photos. Thank you.
Cari beri-beriku jalan lain, kan ku jadikan satu-satunya dalam ruang di hatiku. Banyak mata yang mencari, kurangnya kamu tak pantas untuk diriku. Kamu percayalah kasih, ku lakukan kisah kita selama ini. Kau satu-satunya dalam ruang di hatiku. Banyak mata yang mencari, kurangnya dirimu. Jalanku bukan dirimu, kan ku cari-cari beribu jalan lain. Ku jadikan kamu satu-satunya dalam ruang di hatiku. Untuk diriku, ku lakukan kisah kita selama ini. Kan ku lakukan kisah kita, kan ku lakukan kisah kita.
Tingkatkan otomasi dengan self-hosted end-to-end dari Hostinger. Deploy instan di VPS yang aman. Nikmati workflow tanpa coding, eksekusi bersamaan tanpa batas, dan node buatan komunitas. Integrasikan 500 lebih aplikasi. Kelola server secara efisien dengan AI Assistant berbasis MCP lewat prompt sederhana. Solusi lengkap, harga lebih murah. Mulai sekarang di hostinger.com.
Bersamamu kita akan taklukkan dunia, arungi samudra penuh rintangan. Bersamamu kita akan jalani semua. Jangan takut untuk melangkah bersamaku. Bersamamu ku akan dicintai dengan tulus. Tanpa ragu ku akan memberikan cintaku. Bersamamu
Mulai dengan solusi Google Cloud lalu akses langsung ke kredit gratis untuk seluruh penggunaan produk. Sebagai pengguna baru, Anda akan dapat kredit $300 untuk 90 hari pertama, bebas risiko. Tanpa biaya saat tamat uji coba kecuali peningkatan tahap akun manual. Tingkatan gratis memberi semua pengguna peluang menceburi layanan Google Cloud dengan batas bulanan, termasuk komputasi cloud dan gudang data. Coba Google Cloud secara gratis sekarang.
Aku mencintaimu tanpa syarat.
Buat gue, sehat itu nomor 1. Ini perjalanan mencari minuman yang nyegerin, tapi gulanya nggak over. Nutrisari less sugar. Gulanya cuma 4 gram, manisnya pakai stevia, dan banyak vitaminnya. Jeruk kok minum jeruk? Jericho minum jeruk. Nutrisari less sugar.
Kemarin engkau nyatakan hati, tapi terlambat. Katamu tak bisa. Cinta ini takkan berbalas sayang. Ku pastikan melayang pedih. Ku saat merasa indah, semua hilang dan usai bila cinta ini ternyata jangan engkau beri harapan. Sudah cukup kini ku sadari, terlalu cepat jatuhkan hati. Kini ku mengerti, kau lebih memilih dia. Cinta hingga takkan berbalas sayang. Ku pastikan melayang pedih. Ku saat merasa indah, semua hilang dan usai bila cinta ini ternyata jangan engkau beri harapan. Sudah cukup kini ku sadari, terlalu cepat jatuhkan hati. Sempat kau bersikap salah sandaran jiwaku, namun apa artinya memilih hati yang salah. Pedih ku saat merasa indah, semua hilang dan usai bila cinta ini ternyata jangan engkau beri harapan. Sudah cukup kini ku sadari, terlalu cepat jatuhkan hati. Pedih ku saat merasa indah, semua hilang dan usai bila cinta ini ternyata jangan engkau beri harapan. Sudah cukup kini ku sadari, terlalu cepat jatuhkan hati. Terlalu cepat jatuhkan hati.
Kami mengubah hari ini dengan menginspirasi kehidupan sehari-hari. Kami menciptakan hari esok yang terinspirasi oleh inovasi. Change today. Create tomorrow. Lotte.
Find your stay with Agoda. Fly away with Agoda. Have fun every day with Agoda. Travel your way with Agoda.
See the world for less. Book now.
Pernah aku jatuh hati padamu sepenuh hati. Hidup pun akan ku beri, apapun kan ku lakui. Tapi tak pernah ku bermimpi kau tinggalkan aku pergi. Tanpa tahu rasa ini, ingin rasaku membenci. Tiba-tiba kamu datang saat kau telah dengan dia semakin hancur hatiku. Jangan datang lagi cinta, bagaimana aku bisa lupa, padahal kau tahu keadaannya, kau bukanlah untukku. Jangan lagi rindu cinta, ku tak mau ada yang terluka. Bahagiakan dia, aku tak apa, biar aku yang pura-pura lupa. Tiba-tiba kamu datang saat kau telah dengan dia semakin hancur hatiku. Jangan datang lagi cinta, bagaimana aku bisa lupa, padahal kau tahu keadaannya, kau bukanlah untukku. Jangan lagi rindu cinta, ku tak mau ada yang terluka. Bahagiakan dia, aku tak apa, biar aku yang pura-pura lupa. Jangan datang lagi cinta, bagaimana aku bisa lupa, padahal kau tahu keadaannya, kau bukanlah untukku. Jangan lagi rindu cinta, ku tak mau ada yang terluka. Bahagiakan dia, biar aku yang pura-pura lupa. Bahagiakan dia, aku tak apa, biar aku yang pura-pura lupa.
You've got a great idea. GoDaddy has the perfect domain name to go with it.
It only takes a few minutes to register one with over 500 extensions to choose from. Take your idea online today.
Lama sendiri dalam langkah sepi, tak pernah kukira bahwa akhirnya tiada dirimu di sisiku. Meski waktu datang dan berlalu sampai kau tiada bertahan, semua takkan mampu mengubahku. Hanyalah kau yang ada di relangku. Hanyalah dirimu mampu membuatku jatuh dan mencinta. Kau bukan hanya sekadar indah, kau takkan terganti. Tak pernah kuduga bahwa akhirnya tergugat janjimu dan janjiku. Meski waktu datang dan berlalu sampai kau tiada bertahan, semua takkan mampu mengubahku. Hanyalah kau yang ada di relangku. Hanyalah dirimu mampu membuatku jatuh dan mencinta. Kau bukan hanya sekadar indah, kau takkan terganti. Kau takkan terganti. Meski waktu datang dan berlalu sampai kau tiada bertahan, semua takkan mampu mengubahku. Hanyalah kau yang ada di relangku. Hanyalah dirimu mampu membuatku jatuh dan mencinta. Indah, kau takkan terganti. Kau takkan
Kerjaan numpuk? Biar AI Assistant yang bantu. Aktifkan OpenClaw cuma sekali klik di Hostinger. Langsung siap pakai tanpa setup ribet. Hubungkan ke Telegram, WhatsApp, atau aplikasi lain. Dan mulai chat dengan AI. Kami yang urus update dan keamanannya. Jadi AI Assistant Anda selalu aman dan andal. Tanpa biaya setup tambahan. Kunjungi Hostinger dan aktifkan One Click OpenClaw sekarang juga.
Yeah, I can't get the internet working on anything.
Okay, let's start with your router. How many lights do you see currently?
Our high-quality conversational agents provide resolutions with low latency
and the highest accuracy, all with a human touch. Integrate complex agentic workflows that take real actions, all thoroughly tested with your infrastructure. And then scale for zero downtime, around-the-clock support. 11 Labs, reliable voice agents with a human touch.
Telah ku temukan yang aku impikan, kamu yang sempurna.
Oh, segala kekurangan, semua kelemahan, kau jadikan cinta. Tanpamu aku tak bisa berjalan, mencari cinta sejati tak ku temukan. Darimu aku bisa merasakan kesungguhan hati, cinta yang sejati. Kamu
Dikirim Tuhan untuk melengkapiku, jaga hatiku.
Kamu hasrat terindah
pesanan Grab terus sepanjang Agustus.
Aku mencintaimu tanpa syarat,
Kepada seluruh peserta, kami mohon izin mengingatkan bahwa di ruangan ini tidak diperkenankan untuk makan dan minum selain air mineral. Seperti itu, nggih. Mohon dapat mengikuti. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 5th Health Science International Conference and 17th Indonesian Society of Cancer Chemoprevention Annual Meeting. Recent advances in prevention, treatment, and supporting care for cancer and chronic diseases. Hosted by Faculty of Health Science and Pharmacy, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, in collaboration with Indonesian Society of Cancer Chemoprevention, University of Muhammadiyah Surakarta, University of Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, University of Muhammadiyah Banjarmasin, University of Muhammadiyah Manado, University of Jember, Faculty of Medicine University of Muhammadiyah Malang, University of Ahmad Dahlan, and University of Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka. And now, we are continue to the next agenda. That is the third keynote speaker session. This session will be delivered by Dr. Kin Xianyang from Gifu University, Japan. And Dr. Apotheker Riris Istighfari Jenny, Master of Science, will be the moderator. To Dr. Riris, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. It is it is an honor opportunity for me to moderate this session. So first, I will introduce the brief CV of our next speaker, Dr. Xian Yang Fin. Thank you to join with us today as the invited speaker, and I will introduce your brief CV. Dr. Sin Dr. Sin currently is a designated associate professor in Graduate School of Medicine, Gifu University, and his education started as a Bachelor of Science of Chemical Engineering and Technology. So that's why Dr. Sin really interesting in Professor Nakamura topics and today, and he continued his study in Master of Science of Environmental Studies in Tokyo, Japan, and then continue his PhD of Environmental Studies also in Tokyo, Japan, University of Tokyo, Japan. And after his PhD, he entered postgraduate position, started from 2013 as visiting researcher, and then continued as postdoctoral researcher in RIKEN, and continued as research scientist and senior scientist also in RIKEN in Yokohama, Japan. And from 2026 until present, he was appointed as guest professor in Nanjing University Medical School, China, and also as designated associate professor in Graduate School of Medicine, Gifu University, Japan. He received many awards, including in the last 5 years, in 2020 as RIKEN Research Incentive Award or OHBU Award, and then from the 31st Japanese Society for Retinoid Research Muto Award, and also RIKEN Baiho Award or RIKEN Excellent Achievement Award in 2025. He also get many research grants, SPI, including the research grant in 2025 from RIKEN Incentive Research Projects and also from Takeda Science Foundation Fund, and as co-investigator including 2 projects together with CCRC Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Gadjah Mada in 2021 to 2023 in IASIA Joint Research Program, and in 2025 and inshallah until 2028 from GST Nexus GST Nexus project with with us. Yeah. And Dr. Sin has published many articles in high impact journal, including in the Journal of Science Advance, PNAS, Scientific Reports, and so on. And his recent publication involving research in liver cancer cells. And at this conference, he will present his research on chemoprevention of liver cancer by retinoids. Okay, Dr. Sin, please come forward. Maybe you can use this one.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, so thank you very much for your introduction, Dr. Okay, I see. Okay, so thank you very much. And Dr. Lilies, Dr. Jenny, or Bam Lilies? Bam? Okay, so, no. And Boo, yeah, it's, I mean, it's me later, maybe it's wrong. Okay, anyway, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, and it's my great honor to be invited to this here. And in fact, it's my great honor to visit Indonesia for the first time, in fact, and also this city, Malang, and this university, UMN. And so, in fact, our research group has been working in the field of cancer chemoprevention, and so especially in the liver cancer. So it is my great pleasure to learn that there are so many colleagues in Indonesia also actively working in this field. And in this morning, so Dr. Amy so highlights the importance of the functional food containing the vitamin. In fact, my talk is just focused on one of these kind of vitamin, the vitamin A, in fact, for the retinoids. Retinoids is just defined as vitamin A, and also include carotenoids, I think, and also its derivatives. Okay. Okay, so actually, I should use it. Okay, I see. In fact, so our research, a key concept of our research is focused on the nutrition prevention. So as we know, so the cancer prevention is a major challenge, very different with the cancer treatment. And so the cancer prevention interventions are given to the healthy people or the people at high risk, generally for a very longer period of time. So it means both the safety and the efficiency should be carefully considered. And so our study is inspired by the concept of the nutritional oncology proposed by Professor Muto of Gifu University. So as Dr. Jenny just introduced, I received the Muto Award, in fact, from his name following Professor Muto of Gifu University. So he believes, so the concept is very, very simple. So he believes that the balance in nutrition is very important for human health. And the dysfunction in this balance can induce human disease, including cancer. It's quite very, very simple concept. And so what we need to do is just to reduce what is excess and try to supplement what is deficient. And in fact, one of the example and also the topic of my talk today is the vitamin A. In fact, it's a longer story. In the patient with HSIC, liver cancer, the vitamin A level is decreased in their liver. So the original idea of all the study is just to how can we increase restore the vitamin A concentration in the liver cancer patients or in the patient at high risk for liver cancer. And if we can increase the liver vitamin A concentration in these patients, can we prevent the cancer development or cancer recurrence? So this is a general idea of this talk. So today I will share these topics with you. So first about the history and the current status of the oxalic retinoids, ACR, in the liver cancer prevention. So in fact, the ACR is a synthesized vitamin A derivative, originally developed by Professor Muto in Gifu University. And then I will introduce our current effort to identify the molecular target of this ACR. Because the ACR, in fact, we performed clinical trials in the past 30 years, but I will introduce in this detail later. We failed because we need to identify the ACR responder with some molecular biomarkers. So with this purpose, so we find the MICN as a molecular target of ACR, and then finally I will introduce our current effort to use this biomarker, use MICN as a biomarker to predict the liver cancer risk and to identify the response to the chemo prevention by the ACR in the clinical study. Okay, so first about the history and current state of the ACR in the liver cancer prevention. And so firstly, I want to briefly introduce the liver cancer. So it's maybe everyone knows. So liver cancer has different subtypes. I'm not sure the situation in Indonesia, but in Japan and in the East Asia, so the most common subtype is the hepatocellular carcinoma HCC. So it accounts for more than 80% of all the liver cancer cases. And it is a world leading cause of cancer-related deaths in the world. Maybe it's with more than 800,000 deaths each year in the world, and it's ranking the second the cancer-related deaths in the world. And this number is still increasing in the past 20 years. And the prevalence of liver cancer is high in the Asia, especially in the east and the southeast area. And the more important point is this one, the ratio of the mortality to the incidence is close to 1. It means they are very limited to therapeutic strategy for this cancer. So we do need new prevention strategy to prevent the incidence of this deadly tumor. And regarding the etiology of the HCC, so in Japan and still the virus infection is the major cause of HCC, but we can see there is a shift from the virus infection, including the HBV and HCV, to the metabolic dysfunction and the lifestyle-related diseases. So it's important to, in future, to prevent the liver cancer by combining the antiviral infection with the interventions in the lifestyle and metabolic dysfunctions. And so regarding the molecular pathology of liver cancer, so it has two major characteristics. It is a multi-stage and a multi-centric liver tumorigenesis. So under the chronic liver injury, the whole liver is at higher risk for the liver cancer, and the tumors develop at a different location and at a different time. So even at one time, so we can a tumor is detected and treated. So it is very likely that at other locations there are other precancer cells at the early stage of tumorigenesis, such as the tumor initiating cells and the cancer stem-like cells. So these cells can develop to the new tumors. So that's why the liver cancer has higher recurrence rate after the curative treatment, and it's at 5 years after treatment, almost 80% of the patients will recur. So that's why here, once again, so nutrition, the chemo prevention using nutrition so is very important strategy to improve the prognosis of the tumor. And the vitamin A, so this figure shows the number of papers published in the related with the vitamin A in the PubMed. So you can see there are three important discoveries promote this research field. The finding of the plasma, the retinoid binding protein, and the cellular retinoid binding protein, and finally in the 1980s, the finding of the nuclear retinoic acid receptor. So this finding indicates that the metabolism and the activity of vitamin A is regulated by specific protein. So on the other side, so study on this kind of proteins, so indicates that also a broad biology function of the vitamin A, and especially the nuclear receptors of vitamin A. It has the RAR and RXR. So they are in fact transcription factors. So they can regulate the gene expression, more than 500 gene expressions. So this finding suggests that the impact of vitamin A is not just nutrition. It is more like a signal modulator. And so the retinoid is defined as vitamin A derivatives with either the similar chemical structure or the similar biological functions. So expectedly, according to the finding of this RAR and RXR, so the nuclear receptor of retinoid. So this includes both the natural and synthetic vitamin A derivatives. So this changes the field from just the nutrition supplementation to the drug discovery by direct target the nuclear receptors of vitamin A to regulate the biology function of vitamin A, including especially for the cell growth and differentiation. So this is known to be important for the cancer. Okay, so regarding the relationship between the retinoidal signals, so with the liver cancer development, so it's known that in fact the beta-amyloid retinoid is a negative regulator of the liver tumorigenesis. So as I introduced at the beginning, so in fact in the liver cancer patients, the beta-amyloid levels is decreased in their liver, and also in the high-risk patients, such as those with the chronic HBV infection. So the lower serum vitamin A, so the retinol, related with the higher risk of liver cancer. So this kind of human study suggests there are correlation between the vitamin A deficiency and the liver cancer risk. But in the animal study, they further provide the direct supporting evidence. So if we knock out the retinoid receptors, they can promote the liver tumorigenesis. And especially we found that in the liver cancer, the RXR is phosphorylated. So this is an inactive state of retinoid nuclear receptor. So this receptor can inhibit the physiological retinoid acid activity. And in our, I want to use the point, but cannot. So in the right side, so you can see it's a mouse animal study. If we generate the genetic modification, the phosphorylated RXR in the mouse, we can promote the liver tumorigenesis. So this story gives us two important idea or points. Is the first one is the nutrition, the concentration itself is important. So it's an older story. So we should increase the vitamin A level. And as Dr. Amy suggested, that we should eat good food. But it's not enough. The receptor, the functional receptor is also important. So even we eat a lot of vitamin A, if the receptor they are inactive, it still will not work. So that's why to target the nuclear receptors, in fact, is another active research field in the nutritional intervention for the drug discovery. So with this data, so the idea is just to react to the vitamin signal in the liver tumor. So that's why we developed this ACR, so acyclic retinoid. And in fact, you can see here, this work is published by Mutakuchi. It's in the 1980s, very early. They screen the different vitamin A derivatives. You can so cellular retinoic acid binding protein. It's not a nuclear receptor, because at that time point, no one even know the existence of the retinoid nuclear receptors. So they're just targeting the binding protein of the nucleic acid. So you can see the ACR have very higher binding affinity. So it means that can be transported into the liver and into the liver cell hepatocyte. So in fact, the original idea is just to increase the concentration of vitamin A in the patient. But later, our study confirmed that so this ACR can do activate the nuclear receptors, especially the RXR alpha. It can is as a agonist of RX alpha and regulate the downstream gene expression and restore to the normal cell proliferation and differentiation. And very interesting, so we also found that so the ACR can inhibit the phosphorylation of RXR and restore the function of the nuclear receptor of the vitamin A. So it means the ACR can be both genetic and non-genetic actions. So it's quite a unique point compared with the other, the natural vitamin A compound. And then, so because you can see this is another study published in the New England Journal of Medicine by also Muto Sensei as early as the 1990s. So as the previous slide, so they developed this compound in 1980s, and then clinical study at the 1990s. So it means they just use it as a nutrition supplement, not a drug. In fact, at the beginning, so they supplement this ACR to the patients who received the curative treatment after cut of their primary tumor, and then they treat with the ACR for 1 year. You can see I think this is the overall survival rate, and also the recurrence was significant inhibited. So in fact, at that time, at 1990s, so this study is the first report regarding the chemo prevention of liver cancer recurrence in the world. And so with this kind of data, so we in Japan, so we perform the large we performed the large clinical study. So we from different. So in this study, the previous study is only the one single center of Gifu University, and later we performed a huge clinical trial study across the different institutes, different hospitals in Japan, and we confirmed that at a high dose, exactly as the previous slide showed that at 600 milligram per day, we can confirm with compare with placebo, it can prevent the recurrence of the liver cancer. But unfortunately, we cannot confirm a dose response in this clinical trial study. So that's why the Japanese government didn't approve the clinical use for this compound. It's very pressure point, in fact. And but we performed a different. For example, the high dose group do have the benefit effect, as our previous New England Journal of Medicine study, and we also performed the subgroup analysis for the child A, only for example for only child A patients, so we can confirm that the high dose ACR do have a benefit effect in preventing the recurrence of liver cancer. So this data give us the idea that not all the active patients, but some specific subgroup of the active patients, they maybe will be benefit for the ACR treatment. So this is a summary of the first topic. So the current status is that we already performed clinical studies, and we confirmed some effect in some specific subpopulation, but the whole clinical trial failed. So we think that ACR will benefit only a specific subgroup of patients, and we do need a biomarker to identify the ACR responder and the non-responder to restart a new clinical trial. So with the patient recruitment biomarker. So that's why this is my next talk. So we try to identify the molecular target of ACR, and as one of the results, so we identify the MECAN as the target of ACR, and later I will introduce whether ACR can be used as a biomarker for the clinical study of ACR. So the method is quite simple. So we treat ACR to the liver cancer cells and the normal hepatic cells, and we perform the transcriptome analysis. So we select the genes only regulated by ACR in the cancer cells, but not in the normal cells. So as a result, we identify the MECAN there, and MECAN is highly expressed in the cancer cells, but not expressed in the normal cells, and ACR can strongly inhibit its expression. And here, in fact, we use ATO transfer retinoic acid as the control. So we compare with the natural retinoic acid, in fact. So it's another important point for our synthesize the retinoic compound. And we also confirm in different cell lines and in any model that so this ACR can do inhibit the MECAN gene expression. So MECAN is a transcription factor. I'm not sure whether there are students or researchers in the biology. So it belongs to a very famous the MIC family. And among this family, so the CMYC is the most popularized oncogene in the world. And MECAN shows a very similar sequence with the CMYC. But later I will talk about that. So the MECAN shows very different function with CMYC in liver cancer. And the MECAN, the N in fact means neuroblastoma. So it's a well-known oncogene in neuroblastoma. But the mechanism of activation of MECAN are different. So in the neuroblastoma, so MECAN is activated by the DNA amplification. But in the liver cancer, HSIC, we cannot see the DNA mutations in MECAN, very less. It's the transcription regulation in dysfunction in the transcription regulation of MECAN is the major reason for the MECAN in the liver cancer. So then we confirm its functions. So it's just a data for publication. But here, we spend some time to obtain this immunostaining because we cannot find a good antibody at the beginning. So identify. So this is a nuclear factor, so we can detect only in the nucleus. And we found it's higher in the high intensity of DAPI. So it's related with cell cycle. And we do confirm that it's high in the G2 phase cycle, and if we knock down its gene expression, we can suppress the cell proliferation and increase the cell death. And yeah, I continue. Okay. So because ACR is known to prevent the liver cancer, as I introduced at the beginning, so the liver cancer recurrence is due to the pre-cancer, the cancer stem-like cells. So that's why I examine whether the MECAN gene expression is correlated with cancer stem-like cells. So we use this is a human transcriptome database. So we found the MECAN gene expression is positively correlated with the different liver cancer stem-like cell markers such as the AFP, HCAM, the CD166. And very interesting is here. In fact, with the CMYC, there are no relationship between MECAN and CMYC in HSIC. Because MECAN is related with the cancer stem-like cells. So this means the CMYC is not related with cancer stem in the HSIC. So these two transcription factors, they maybe share similar functions, but their expression pattern are completely different. But later I will talk to that. Their function are also completely different. Maybe talk to you later. So, and we also obtained that, so the MECAN in the HC cells, we can see the MECAN high expression and HCAM positive, so very specific subpopulations in the HCC. So these cells should be the target of ACR. So that's why we confirm that in this treatment. So if we knock down MECAN here, and we can select inhibit the HCAM positive cells, and if we treat with ACR, we can select to remove the MECAN high expression for HCAM positive, so cancer stem-like subpopulation. And then, because HCAM is cell membrane protein, so we can isolate the HCAM positive and the negative cells using the cell sorting. And then we treat with the ACR receptor 3. You can see the HCAM positive. So these are stem-like cells. They do have a higher MECAN gene expression, and they have a very, very strong sensitivity, very high sensitivity in response to ACR. So this data confirms also ACR, this MECAN high expression cells, they could be the cancer stem-like cells. They will be the MECAN ACR target. And then we asked so how ACR can inhibit the mutant expression. So here I will include some chemistry talk, but I'm not so familiar in fact. So we tried that the carboxy group in the isoprene subchain. So if you can see maybe you are familiar with the ester derivative of ACR can completely block the anti-tumor activity of the ACR and also the mutant expression activity. So that's what we are thinking that. So this carboxy terminate, so isoprene side chain, will be important for the function of ACR. So we searched this structure, this kind of isoprene subchain in different Dr. Amy said that functional fruit. You can see some in the vitamin K is rich in the natto, a very traditional food in Japan, and also in tomato, the lycopene. I think Dr. Amy also highlighted. I like it too. You can very similar structure with ACR for the isoprene side chain, and they do have report not liver cancer but different cancers. They have cancer suppression activity. So we are collaborating with also the Nakamura Sensei STEM Institute, the Science Tokyo, the Kakichiga Sensei. So they synthesize a lot of different derivative of vitamin K. And for this one, you can see the similar isoprene and the carboxy group. The heroin also significantly inhibits mutant expression. So then we try to identify. So this carboxy group is important for the activity of vitamin ACR. So we insert amino group on the other side, and then we fix this compound to the magnetic bead and try to identify the binding protein of ACR in the liver cancer cells. In fact, only synthesize this compound takes almost 5 years. Yes, and finally, so we identified a compound of the transcrine group times the TG2 is a binding protein of the ACR. So ACR can dosage dependently directly binding to this protein. So in fact, this protein is a transglutaminase. So it's a protein cross-link enzyme, in fact, and its function is regulated by its cell location and its 3D structure. It has two structures, a closed structure and open structure. And a closed structure is work as a GTPS, so it can promote cell proliferation. And at the open side, it can function as a protein cross-link enzyme. It can induce a protein-protein binding. And for the extracellular T2, it can for the ECM stabilization. For the intracellular, it can induce the apoptosis. So in fact, in other studies, so for the alcohol-induced liver injury, if we drink too much, but I think in India, people do not drink too much. But in Japan, we drink so much. And if you drink too much, so the T2 will translate into the nuclear hepatides. They can cross-link the transcription factor, such as ST1. So this can inactive the function of the nuclear transcription factor and induce cell death. So it's a mechanism of alcohol-induced liver injury. And we do find that ACR can promote the cellular translocation. And so this may be one of the mechanisms for the ACR functions. But we also found a different story. But in the cross-link is high dose in the nuclear, but in the cytoplasm, at a low dose, we found that in fact the ACR can directly induce the oligo formation of this TG2. This can inactivate. It has on a different way, it can inhibit the TG2 activity. And in fact, we found that if we inhibit the TG2, we can reduce the cancer stability and also the mutant expression. So we think there are the two mechanisms both exist, but it's very complicated. it depends on the concentration of HCl, the cellular location of TG2, and but both they can reduce the MECAN gene expression. So in fact, the MECAN is we report for first time for MECAN at the biomarker in liver cancer. So, but no one knows the function. So then we examine biology function. Don't have too much time, so I will be quick. So we use transposon and the hydrodynamic tail injection method. So we inject the expression vector from the tail mouse to all express the MECAN in the mouse liver, and we found that MECAN can the combination of MECAN with AKT can induce very strongly promote the liver tumor genesis, but not the MECAN itself. Because so this too much detail. So it's, in fact, the MECAN alone is a very strong oncogene. If there are too much oncogene gene expression, the first step of cell is apoptosis. It's kind of protective mechanism. So in fact, all the MECAN expressed cells is removed from the body of the mouse. Then the cell cannot survive. It not means MECAN is not oncogene. It's because it's too strong. It's kind of a proliferation stress. But if we co-express with AKT, AKT can promote lipogenesis and to increase the cell survive. In fact, it can support the survival of the MECAN expression cells, and that's why we can see very strong tumor generation. And the histology analysis confirmed that so the MECAN derived tumor are completely HCC, almost complete, more than 99% is HCC, and only a small part, is less than 1% of this HCC-induced tumor is the ISSC. ISSC is another subtype of liver cancer, so the cholangiocarcinoma. So then we confirmed in user transcription database. So we confirmed that so MECAN induce the liver tumors compared with human HCC. It's very similar with the LHC to the HCC, but not the other subtype of liver cancer. And in fact, and also in the mouse tumors. And we also performed a subgroup analysis in the HCC. We can see even HCC they have different subgroupers, and the MECAN from the view of the transcription similarity, the MECAN positive induced the tumor. They show a very similar transcription profile with a very specific subtype of HCC, and maybe it's too detailed. So the cluster 2, and this cluster has very worse prognosis. So that's why, in fact, this is one topic we are collaborating with Dr. Jenny, and because we are trying to restructure the cell panel or the tumor panel, which can mimic the human HCC. So that's why MECAN can be used drive oncogene to mimic a specific subtype of HCC, so which has very poor prognosis. So this is our ongoing project in collaboration with Dr. Jenny. And this is a comparison between CMYC. As I said at the beginning, they function in fact, very differently. So HCC, in fact, in the HCC tumor, you can see the MECAN is increased, but the CMYC is not increased. And we also confirm the genome binding to use the chip sequence. Yeah. So they are also transcription factor, but they completely binding to different genome locations. And the MECAN selective binding to, so this circle indicates MECAN the binding gene, so they're selective binding to the genes regulate the development, sameness. And this is related with the liver tumor genesis. And also they can inhibit the extracellular matrix. So they, in fact, indicate they can promote the EMT transition. So we do confirm this in the cell culture system. And if we overexpression MECAN, so we can see the EMT gene is increased. Then another question is, so we confirm that the MECAN function is as an oncogene in the liver tumor cells. So then from the view of the cancer prevention, why is expression is increased? So then we studied the molecular upstream regulatory molecular mechanism. So this is a proteome analysis, and we compare the protein expressions in the HTM positive and negative cells. So we found that for the example, for the glucose metabolism, the enzyme in the glucose metabolism, we see no difference. But for the lipid desaturation enzyme, such as SCD and FADS, strongly increased in the. So maybe you know Warburg effect in the tumor. It's very famous. But in the pre-cancer stage, in the cancer stem-like cells, the glucose metabolism, no change. But the lipid desaturation, lipid metabolism is increased in the cancer stem-like cells. And it's also very busy slide, so I will not show the details. So we perform the lipidome analysis. We do confirm that at the early stage of tumor genesis, the glucose metabolism not change, but the lipid, the unsaturated lipid increase. So here, this is a mechanism we proposed. So in fact, under the chronic liver injury, so the cell, for example, the lipid metabolic dysfunction, obesity, the lipid will induce the lipotoxic, cell will undergo cell death. But in the cancer stem-like cells or the adaptive cells, the lipid desaturation is increased, as I showed, for example, SCD1. The desaturated lipid can inhibit the ER stress, the lipid toxicity. They can increase the survival of the cells under the chronic injury system. And then these cells can finally undergo the functional translation. And here, MECAN can be used as a sensor of this kind of stress adaptation and cellular plasticity in the liver tumor promotion microenvironment. So then we do exact then we focus on the MECAN gene expression exactly in the liver microenvironment. So in fact, we need to know where MECAN is expressed. So generally, the MECAN is the liver. This is a liver structure. The blood flow from this side of the portal vein and leave the liver from the central vein. So this is the portal vein region and the central vein region. I just want you to remember these two important regions. And in fact, in the central region, it's because the blood flow from the portal region to the central region, the nutrition or oxygen, the concentration they decrease from the portal vein to the central vein. And this can regulate the function of the hepatocyte surrounding the blood vessels. And you can see that different donation have different function, but in the central region, it functions as the winter beta-catenin signals is increased. In fact, the winter beta-catenin signals is a master regulator of the cancer stem. And you can see this figure. So without winter is a ligand, and beta-catenin is a transcription factor. So without winter ligand, the beta-catenin is maintained in the membrane or in the cytoplasm. They cannot enter the nucleus to activate the gene expression. But with the winter ligand, the beta-catenin can transfer to the nucleus and upregulate the sameness-related gene expressions. And in fact, we found it was reported in the Nature paper. The central one region, the endothelial cells, they can secrete the winter ligand. So that's why the central one region is activated with the winter beta catenin signals. And in fact, we confirm that exactly the nuclear gene expression is decreased from a central one to the torch one, and also in the liver injury models. So this data suggests nuclear can be is regulated by the winter beta catenin signal. It's also complete, and we also perform the spatial transcription analysis to at the molecular level, so where MECAN is activated during the metabolic dysfunction-related liver tumorigenesis. So I will not explain in detail. We do find small populations here. This cluster has higher MECAN gene expression, and we've confirmed this the genes high expressing in this region is enriched about the sameness and the winter beta catenin signal. So in fact, in the MECAN, in the tissue region, specific region, if we can see there are higher MECAN gene expression, it's more likely that they have higher winter beta catenin signals. There should be the cancer stem-like cell exist in this region. So this data suggests that MECAN can be used as the dynamics of MECAN can be used as a biomarker to identify the specific tumor regions which containing the pre-cancer cells. This is an important concept for we also enriched in the central region. So they can so finally, so we try to translate our findings to clinical use. And this first study is just connect to the spatial transcription data. So we find that the MECAN high expression region, MECAN nature, and the MECAN low expression region. So we use the AI. Based on the gene expression, we use the AI to predict whether this spot or cells or tissues that exist inside the MECAN nature or not. So they can give a prediction probability. So this can be used as a score. So we name it a MECAN nature score. The higher this score means this cells is likely located in the MECAN nature region. So we apply this score to the patient. So in fact, we found that in the non-tumor tissues, not the tumor tissues, if the patient, the non-tumor tissue, they have a higher MECAN nature score, they will have higher risk for the recurrence after the treatment. So this confirms that. So use the MECAN transcription dynamics, so we can predict the liver cancer risk. So this confirms that the MECAN high expression nature is not located in the tumor regions, in fact. So this is not tumor cells, but the early stage of the tumor genesis. So then final part, we examine the MECAN, only MECAN, not MECAN score. But in future, we will also measure MECAN score in our study. So we confirm MECAN gene expression, so it's a very normal analysis. MECAN expression is higher in the tumors, and the higher MECAN in the tumors, the worse prognosis. And we also confirm the serum. In fact, we can detect MECAN in the serum, so we can use it for the clinical use. And we compare this with AFP. So AFP is in clinical use, the liver tumor biomarkers in the serum. So we confirm that. So AFP is related with the tumor stage, but the MECAN is not related to tumor stage. It's also confirmed that the MECAN is the factor related with the tumor microenvironment, not the tumor itself. And we confirm with the prognosis. And interesting, so we found that at the longer term HSIC risk, more than 4 years here. The AFP levels have no relationship with the prognosis, but the MICAN, the high expression patients, they have a very clear difference. So in fact, for the HCC recurrence, there are hypotheses that so the recurrence in the first 2 years is from the metastatic tumor, the pre-existing tumor. But the recurrence after 2 years, it's the de novo recurrence. So in fact, this data suggests that MICAN is related with the de novo, the new tumors derived from the pre-cancer cells. It's the last slide of my talk. So we analyze the clinical clinical trial of ACR. So we do find that so if the patient treated with ACR, if they have sustained the MICAN changes, they will have better prognosis compared with the placebo. So this says if after treatment with ACR, if we monitor MICAN serum MICAN changes, if the MICAN level does not increase, these patients are very likely to be the ACR responder. So this is our purpose, in fact. So we, in future, we want to use the MICAN as a biomarker for a new clinical trial for ACR in Japan, and hopefully maybe in Indonesia, if possible, because we need collaboration. Okay, so this is a summary of my talk. Okay, I will skip this one. So finally, I want to give a take-home message, very briefly. In fact, so what is important I want send to you is, because today my talk is just focused on liver cancer, ACR, and MICAN. It's very specific, right? But I think for the general consideration, so it will be important to target the cell state, not target some specific cells. It will be, I think, it will be an important idea for maybe for general study, because there are now changing in the concept. So what is stemness? So what is stem cells? So in fact, it's changed from the 2019. It's defined as a cell function to the ability to replace the lost cells. Any cells, if they can replace the lost cells, they are stem cells. So this means the stem cells is not a fixed cellular identity, but dynamic function status. So this will be important. And our MICAN story suggests that the transcription, not the gene mutation, both the gene expression. Today I don't have time, but we also focus on the proteome. The protein post-translation modification is also very dynamic factors, can real-time reflect the tumor microenvironment. These kinds of dynamic factors can be used biomarker for the cell status. And we can use this biomarker to identify which cell status and which cell type exist during the tumor. If we can use the biomarker in the serum, so we can monitor the risk for individual patients, and we can also monitor the efficiency of the treatment. So I think this will be a very important direction in the future study. Okay, so I just moved to Gifu University this April, in fact, and I'm trying to establish my research group. So welcome anyone if we introduce in the cell function of cell status. Thank you very much. Okay, you are using this.
sorry. So because of the battery of the microphone, all of them run out. So I need to share the microphone with Dr. Sim. Okay, like duet. Okay, Dr. Sim, thank you very much for your nice talk, and it gives us very insightful about the cancer stage as the target or a new perspective to target or to cure cancer. So now we will have a discussion session. So I open questions from the audience. Please raise your hand. Yeah. So maybe to the audience who wants to ask question, maybe without microphone, maybe you can speak louder. Yeah. Yeah. Bu Muti, and then the other one, yeah, Rosa.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very important point. In fact, in Japan and Taiwan, they have very completely different etiology. The Japanese population cohort is the major cause of HCC is HCV infection, in fact. But in Taiwan, it's HBV infection. But we confirm a similar result. And so this for the MICAN gene expression. And for the MICAN, the niche score, so in the latest slide I showed that. So in fact, we also confirm the correlation with the MICAN niche score with the prognosis of HCC in two different cohorts, a TCGH cohort and another GSE cohort. In fact, the TCGH cohort is a European cohort, American cohort, and the major etiology is not virus infection, it's metabolic dysfunction. And in the GSE cohort, in fact, it's a Chinese cohort, it's a HBV cohort, in fact. But we also confirm both the two cohorts, the MICAN niche score. If the patient has higher MICAN niche score, they have maybe in their tissues they are more MICAN-like tissue regions or something, they will have worse prognosis. So we confirm that. So that now I believe the etiology does not affect the function of MICAN in different regions or different cohorts.
I don't have the exact data, maybe, but I think in Indonesia we also have like because maybe of the late diagnosis. So usually the liver cancer also as the result of the colorectal cancer metastatic event. So do you think that MICAN may also play a role because like the EMT state also? So what do you think about this?
The EMT?
EMT. I mean the migration, invasion, and so on may be also affected by MICAN.
Yes. That's why. So the etiology, I think the different etiology does not affect the function of MICAN. It's in different cohort. For the molecular analysis, in fact, the MICAN directly binding to the DNA. Its function directly binding to the DNA. So we use the chiplet sequence. We confirm. In fact, the MICAN activated the all expressed genes, and maybe around 50% of this MICAN, the genes high expression in MICAN positive tumors, around 40% in fact, in their promoter or the DNA promoter or the DNA region, they have direct MECAN binding site. So that's why, and this gene, the most enriched pathway is the EMT pathway. So that's why I think for this, if but I'm not sure whether MECAN is overexpressed, but if MECAN is overexpressed in the cells, I think they might have a similar functions to promote the EMT signals.
Okay, thank you. So for the next question, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rosa from Gajah Mada University. I have a little curious about the lipogenesis and the MECAN.
Yes.
If you want to analyze the activity of some compounds to MECAN targeting, it means that we have to not only targeting MECAN but also the protein that associated with lipogenesis or
yes, yes, yeah. But I think it's the relationship is indirect relationship, because in the microenvironment it's quite complicated. And in fact, we use the inhibitor of the lipid desaturation. So LCD1, we have the inhibitors. If we treat to the liver cancer cells, we can inhibit MECAN gene expression. We do have this kind of data. And also very interesting is liver cancer has different subtypes. Some liver cancer cells have higher MECAN gene expression. Some cells have low MECAN gene expression or no MECAN gene expression. And this kind of lipid desaturation inhibitors, the sensitivity is high in the MECAN high expression cells, but not in the MECAN low expression cells. So that's why I think by targeting the different proteins upstream of the MECAN should be a very interesting strategy. So in fact, our idea is, in fact, I do not care about MECAN. I think it as a biomarker, a sensor of the cell state. It's yes. If the MECAN gene is inhibited, no matter direct target MECAN or the upstream regulators, so this compound can be used to prevent this kind of tumor-related cell status. So in fact, we use the MECAN gene expression. We establish a high throughput screening system and perform the chemical screening. We do identify different compounds that target different proteins. For example, the c-MET, the habitat growth factor, the c-MET, they can also regulate the MECAN gene expression and selectively kill the liver cancer cells, and also the p53 activator. Yes. So this, I think, it's very possible.
Okay, for your answer. Is there any control to select which one of the LCA by using this
Yes.
MECAN expression?
Yes. That's why. Yes. So we need first to confirm this in the animal study. And in fact, this is our ongoing project now.
The lipid reprogramming is similar in animals, like animals.
Yes. In
metabolism.
Yes. It's also a hot topic, I think, because the lipid desaturation. In my talk, I introduced it can relate with stress adaptation. But in fact, it can directly, the desaturated lipids can directly as the post-translation modification of the winter beta-catenin signal. They can increase the secrete of the winter ligand from its product cells. So in fact, not just liver cancer, I think maybe breast cancer, they also found that if they can use some spatial lipidome analysis, they found if they detect some tissue regions has higher lipid desaturation, it's very like as the stem-like cells. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more questions from the audience? Oh, yes.
afternoon, Mr. Dr. Kim. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My name is Linda. I come from Gajah University, Faculty of Pharmacy. I would like to ask about your explanation from Rosa about the MIC-M is a biomarker. And what about, I want to clarify about the mechanism, molecular mechanism of the SCR, cyclic retinoid. Is SCR inhibit, do the SCR inhibit the upstream of the MIC-M, maybe it's WNT, B-catenin, or just you just evaluate the expression of the MIC-M in your research. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So, in fact, in the introduction part, I already answered this question as all the story. So, SR, in fact, we should remember. You should remember they are nuclear receptor of retinoid. Anyway, so Muto Sensei, he believes SR is vitamin A. It's a retinoic acid. It can bind into the RXR alpha, and then RX alpha is a transcription factor. It's also a transcription repressor, in fact. The transcription factor can also activate and inhibit the gene expression. And MIC-M is one of these downstream regulators. He believes this, but I don't think it's so. Because I also show that the ACR can inhibit the phosphorylation of RXR. So they have non-genomic mechanism. And the binding to the TG2, transcription growth factors, is another mechanism. It's not related with the, because it's directly binding to the TG2. It's not related with the retinoic receptors. And I didn't show here because we found the ACR, the lipid desaturation can regulate MIC-M gene expression. And in fact, ACR can regulate the lipid desaturation. The LCD1 is to increase the MIC-M high expression cells, and the ACR can inhibit LCD1, not the gene expression, but the protein degradation. And if we treat the ACR to the cells, only in 2 hours, we cannot detect the LCD1 protein in 2 hours. And at that time point, there are no change in gene expression. So this is definitely not the retinoic, but this does not mean it's not related with retinoid receptor, because the receptor generally located in the membrane. The ACR binding to the receptor, in fact, around the membrane in the cytoplasm, it can regulate the different protein degradation. In fact, I believe this. It does not need to transfer into the nucleus to regulate gene expression. In fact, this is another research direction for our study, the non-genomic, the protein modification function of ACR. Yeah, very, very, very interesting and important question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Linda. I think the limited time, I think the time is now, and we will close this session. And thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for your insightful talk and for the discussion.
Thank you very much.
Please give applause to Dr. Kim.
Thank you very much.
And please listen to your seat. Then, okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and the active discussion. And I will close this session. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the agenda, which is invited speaker session. This speech will be delivered by Dr. Ahmad Sobrun Jamil from Department of Pharmacy, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Mrs. Heni Tirahayu, PhD from Department of Nursing, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Mr. Dimas Sondang Irawan, PhD from Department of Physiotherapy, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. So please, Ms. Nikmatul, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, MC. Maybe I will stand here while the staff preparing our seat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, speakers, presenters, and participants. Welcome back to the 5th HSIC and 17th ISSC, presented by Faculty of Health Sciences and Pharmacy, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. My name is Ninin or Nikmatur Rosida. You can call me Ninin. I will be your moderator for this last plenary session. And in this session, we will have 3 speakers with great applause. I'd like to invite all the 3 speakers to the stage. Okay, this is our 3 speakers. Everyone. Before that, I like to read the academic achievement on finally why all these great speakers sitting with me in the stage, okay? First, Dr. Ahmad Sobrun Jamil. As for education track, Dr. Sobrun Jamil from Bachelor to PhD graduate from Brawijaya University Malang, Master in Biotechnology double degree and PhD in Biology Immunobiology. Currently, Dr. Jamil is a lecturer in the Pharmacy Department UMM. And then Dr. Jamil expertise is on immunology and immunobiology, natural product pharmacology, and network pharmacology and bioinformatics. And so that's why today Dr. Jamil will be sharing his expertise with us in the title of, I don't know if I pronounce it right, Phytochemical Screening and Targeted Drug Delivery System for Chronic Illnesses. And then the second speakers, we have Dr. Heni Trirahayu. She graduated PhD of Nursing from National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan. As for expertise, Dr. Heni expert on the field of medical surgical nursing, including diabetes and NCD chronic disease. And so that's why Dr. Heni today will be sharing with us about palliative care and quality of life support for advanced and cancer patients. And currently, Dr. Heni is served as a Vice Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences and Pharmacy, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. The third speaker is from the physiotherapy program, physiotherapy department. This is my mentor, the legend, the myth, Dr. Dimas Sondagirawan. Well, I believe I have his expertise in the back of my head already. So Dr. Dimas graduated from Mahidol University, Thailand for the PhD in physical therapy, and then his expertise in biomechanics, exercise, and sport physiotherapy. And then so that's why today Dr. Dimas will be sharing with us regarding physical rehabilitations and exercise oncology, restoring mobility in chronic disease patients. They're all the background why the 3 of them will sit in the stage with us today and will be sharing their expertise with us. And then with that, please give all 3 speakers all your attention. Let's welcome the first speaker, Dr. Ahmad Sobrun Jamil. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalam ala rasulillah mabadu. Good afternoon for all participants. This evening, we will discuss about our research, which is entitled The Potential Study of the combination of protowali, Dinospora cordifolia, and vitamin D on increasing cathelicidin production and innate immune system homeostasis. Maybe let we begin with the background of this research. The infectious disease is remain one of the most persistent threats we face globally. As we show it in the screen, the weight especially heavily on developing countries as the head map. And preventing and managing infectious disease is stand out one of the primary target under the health pillar. Okay, so there is two-pronged defense strategy. The strategy for overcome this issue is first, the external factor is optimizing natural resources, which is Indonesia is the second largest biodiversity country in the world, and there is potential to gain natural resources for immunomodulator support. And internal factor, optimizing the body innate immune system autonomously with the antimicrobial peptide. One of the antimicrobial peptide is cathelicidin, that is a broad spectrum antimicrobial in our body. Next. Yes, this is the cathelicidin protein. This has very large potential which eliminate wide array of pathogenic microbia, actively recruit other vital immune cell to the set of infection. This is the immunomodulator also, and capable of strategically upregulation of or down-regulation inflammation while stimulating adaptive immunity. Next. Okay. I'm sorry. So with this, our research is to have sorry. Our research is to explore the potential of the Pinospora cordifolia, the enhanced humoral and cell-mediated immunity, and vital antioxidant, anti-inflammatory property, and also the vitamin D, which if we combine these two substances to make the homeostasis of our immune system. First is to enhance the cathelicidin production, and the second is to modulate the inflammation, so there is no, we can reduce the hyperinflammation during the infection. This is the phase of our research. First is computationally research with using analyze the compound from the Pinospora cordifolia, and then we screen it with absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion, and toxicity of this substance, and then construct the immunological pharmacological network, and then we construct map target protein interaction, pro and anti-inflammatory, and also the cathelicidin production. And the second phase is in vivo research, the biological model, and to analyze the production of cathelicidin and cytokines, pro-inflammatory and anti-inflammatory cytokines, and also measure the cathelicidin in immunoglobulin A synthesis in the intestinal epithelial cell. the concept of our research is the first, the infection by the bacteria, the peptidoglycan of bacteria will be achieved with the TLR receptor triggering the cascade reaction until production the pro-inflammatory cytokine and also antimicrobial peptides. And based on the literature review, we also know that the antimicrobial peptides is related with vitamin D pathway. Vitamin D pathway from this from the cell is also can directly enhance the cathelicidin production. So our research is how to make the hyperinflammation pathway, the pro-inflammatory cytokine production can be reduced or modulated, and also the cathelicidin production can be enhanced. So this is the workflow of our research for the screening of Tinospora cordifolia. This is we using the LC-HRMS and found 138 compound. After that we screen it, and until we have 19 compound with which is potential with low toxicity and high bioavailability. After that we analyze the biological activity by using pass online way to track. This is the one of the software or AI from open source, but I think this is enough, accurate enough. And after that we screen from 19 compound. We can know that of the 19 compounds related with the inflammatory is several of the compounds have anti-inflammatory activity, immunosuppressant, and also MMP9 and MP9 suppression, inflammation. And then we use a Venn diagram to know the protein targeted, which is related with the immune system, innate immune system, and then adaptive immune system, and the target of TC. And so after that we have 468 protein involved in innate immunity. Then the network for in the picture with the network of 468 TC target innate immunity, and this is the 15 hub protein identified using cytohuba, the central protein that involved in this issue. And there's the T picture interaction of you between 19 active compound of TC and 15 central immune system protein associated with cathelicidin biosynthesis and inflammation. And also we analyze the pathway using KAGG pathway, and we found 21 pathway closely related to the immune system, and the interaction protein interaction with inflammation and vitamin D. And then we construct we construct the pathway from the protein pathway before, and now this is a 6 pathway related to inflammatory cytokine production and cathelicidin production. And the purple protein is the protein that interact actively with 19 active compound, and the pink protein is vitamin D receptor that is not interfered by the 19 compound. So that after we have noticed, we dock the compound with the protein target, and we also know almost all of the protein have to be in the active site of the protein. And then we go to this is the confirmation with in vivo research, and we jelas ya. Okay. The confirmation we using mice, pulp C mice. We divide into six group: normal, infected, but plus vitamin D, infected, plus extract, and the combination. We applying the treatment in 28 days using the extract, using the vitamin D and the combination, and in the 29th day we give it the infection treatment. After the 6 hour after infection, we isolate the spleen and make measurement using flow cytometry, and this is the result of this. And we know that in the cathelicidin, CAP is cathelicidin production with vitamin D extract, and the combination is expression is higher than normal and infection. So this is the potential of the vitamin D and the combination to increase the cathelicidin in GR1 cell. GR1 cell is the granulocyte cell, one of kind of the leukocyte. And then in CD11 also the vitamin D is increasing the cathelicidin, and also the combination is increased. And in NK cell and CD88, this is several cell subculture, cell subset of the white blood cell or immunocompetent cell. Is also the vitamin D is higher result in CAP production, CAP expression. And about the pro-inflammatory cytokine, we see the TNF alpha in natural killer cell and CD4. It is the T helper cell is decreased, is lower than the but not significantly not significant in NK cell, but significant in extract and infected cell in CD4 cell. And about the TNF alpha in CD8, it is the natural killer cell, cytotoxic cell, CT cell, is an extract decrease the pro-inflammatory cytokine and the combination. And yes, about the I will be shorter because the time is very brief. The TGF, oh yeah, this TGF beta is anti-inflammatory cytokine, is not interfere with the vitamin D and extract and the And EL10 expression is anti-inflammatory cytokine also is not interfere with the treatment. And we conclude, oh yeah, one more. This is about the, we using fluorescent microscope to know the expression of immunoglobulin A production after we use, this is from the intestinal, from the animal model, and we see that vitamin D is good to upregulate the cathelicidin production, and also the combination of this. We conclude that out of 168 compounds identified through LCRCMS, 19 meet the criteria for drug likeness and low toxicity. Target protein docking of 19 TC compound identified 468 target protein linked to the synthesis of cathelicidin, as well as pro and anti-inflammatory cytokine across 21 infection response pathway. This interfere with protein in 6 pro-inflammatory cytokine biosynthesis pathway. One is TLR pathway, TLR Iraq, ERAK4, and then the TLR AKT and FKB, and FKP beta, and then TLR MAPK, and etc. Molecular docking confirmed that JAK1, JAK1, ERAK1, and etc. interact with 19 TC compound with varying binding affinities, and vitamin D administration increase cathelicidin expression, TC decrease pro-inflammatory cytokine, and the combination increase CAP expression, reduce pro-inflammatory cytokine, and regulate anti-inflammatory cytokine. The combination increase cathelicidin and immunoglobulin expression in the mouse intestinal epithelium. This is the reference. I think it's enough from my presentation. Mudah-mudahan bisa dimengerti dengan jelas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jamil. Have concluded 38 slides into 20 minutes presentation. Okay, so for all the participants, save your discussions and questions for Dr. Jamil, and then we move to the next speaker, Dr. Hani. Stage is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Still have spirit to have attention, please. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished colleagues, respected visitors, and also ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me today to have this opportunity to discuss a topic that is very close to my professional career identity, which is a nurse. So I will not talking about the cell as speakers previously mentioned, as a previously discussed previously, but right now my presentation is entitled Beyond Symptom Management, How Nurses Support Dignity, Autonomy, Meaning, and Quality of Life in Patients with Advanced Cancer. Okay, there is when we care about the for patient with advanced cancer, we often ask how we can control the symptom, how we can prevent the complication, etc. However, these questions are also important. However, today I would like to invite us to ask a broader discussion or broader question. What happens when we look beyond the symptom and see the person behind the diagnosis? This is where the palliative nursing becomes particularly meaningful. Okay, this is the brief introduction of my, I will skip it. Okay. Yes. Advanced cancer is not biological disease only, but it can become a holistic crisis for patients and their families. The suffering may extend far beyond physical pain. Patient may experience about the tangible of the distress, uncertainty, fear, emotional distress, and profound existential questions. A patient may start to feel for he or she no longer as a person as has history, has a relationship or hope and preferences, but somehow the patient simply just has be a cancer patient. So, and when people face the possibility of death, a very fundamental question may be emerged. For example, why will matter for me, or something like that. Why is purpose now? Why will my life is have still meaning, or what will I leave behind? For example, there are not questions that can be answered by medication alone, but this is why palliative care must address its whole person. So, talking about the palliative, what is palliative actually? Why palliative care is matter? Sorry, I just read this. So why palliative care is matter? Because we're talking about the cancer with advanced cancer, patient with advanced cancer, is suffering is multidimensional, not only for the physical, but also this like a psychological, social, and spiritual suffering. And care is not either or. Palliative care can be integrated alongside disease-directed treatment and introduced earlier in the disease trajectory. So the quality of life is the one of the goal of the palliative care. This is the focus not only on what we can treat, but on what we have the person live as fully as possible. So can you see the quote in the below here? Palliative care is an approach to improve the quality of life and relieve suffering, not only synonym for giving up. So the palliative us is not meaning of giving up to our patient, but we try to help our patient has the meaning in life in the end of life. So what is palliative care? WHO mentioned about the palliative care is an approach that improves the quality of life of patients and their families facing problems associated with life-threatening illnesses. There are some key points in the palliative care which is included in the physical, psychological, social, and spiritual. So we talk about the palliative care, not only we talk about the treat in the end of the last life, but early identification, assessment, relieving suffering, and person-centered goal, and then support for the patient and family also matter in the palliative care. So there are some core principles of the palliative care. We relieving the suffering. For example, we relieving the pain or the distressing symptom, for example, breathlessness or anxiety or something else. We also affirm life, like we propose the dying is natural process and care neither hasten nor postpone the death. And we also integrate the domain like physical, psychological, and social and spiritual, not only in one part only one part of the domain when we treat our patient. And then we also support the families that usually because we know that when some people with advanced cancer is the burden not only for the patient itself, but also the burden can have in the family. So the family and caregiver and bereavement is also need to be our part of responsibility to cure that. And the last about the use team approach, because talking about palliative care, there are no only single discipline can help the patient. So it means that we need a team approach. Multiple provision and shared goals is need in the palliative care. And also the key point, the last one, is start early. More earlier alongside therapy intended to prolong life is more better for our patient with advanced cancer. So why the care landscape is different? This is actually changed. The palliative care can be integrated according to the trajectory of the disease, and this is like not only reserved for the final weeks, for as I mentioned previously. So the more we have start for palliative care, the better for our patient, because right now the care landscape is swept based on like our patient maybe has the longer live right now, but also maybe but they have the unpredictable illnesses trajectories and also high symptom burden, maybe can treatment, and there are multiple treatment toxicity maybe, and also repeated decision under unsanitary changing goal like from disease control to functioning maintaining. For example, we have focusing to comfort and dignity or have the meaning of life. And the last, family caregiver also carrying substantial practical and emotional burden to our patient. So it means that the palliative care must be integrated along the trajectory of the disease. This is the reference that we have the idea to have this systematic review for the early palliative care changes for the conversation that in the newly diagnosed metastatic non-small cell lung cancer, early palliative care is integrated with the oncology care, improving quality of life and mood, and reduce aggressive end-of-life care, and was associated with longer median survival. It means that when we start early for the palliative care, it is proved that the median of survival is increasing. For example, this study mentioned about the median is 11.6 versus 8.9 for the median survival. Also, the fact of the quality of life score in 12 weeks is higher than previously. And this is also the another references that we about talking about the nurse-led palliative care. This is based on the Choi et al. The nurse-led enhanced supportive care in advanced cancer improve the role functioning, coping, and efficacy of maintaining activity for independency. And also, the CONNECT trial tested that the oncology nursing-led primary palliative care addressing the symptom, emotional support, and advanced planning. And also, the culturally adapted based on Takeuchi is also have the corroborative meaning when we talking about the palliative care to support our patient with cancer. And this is the quality of life. When we talk about the quality of life, we not only about talking about the score, higher score quality of life may be better, but it's more broader than that, because quality of life has some of domains or some of part like physical, psychological, social, and spiritual existential, which means that right now we highlight not only we cure the patient, not only we reduce the symptom, but also we need to highlight the meaning, purpose, and dignity and peace to our patient with cancer. So why nurses are in central when the palliative care? Because the answer is the continuity of care. Because nurses often see the person across the time, setting the transition like creating opportunity to detect the clinical, traditional, and existential needs. So we combine about the listen, the nurses should listen, should advocate, and also we are doing the assessment, we doing the coordination, somehow we can be a bridge to our multi-discipline, to between multidisciplinary to our patient. Okay, This is the role that we will talk about in this study. What nurses actually do, because based on the references, nurses with palliative care doing some key point, key element. For example, like we assessing holistic symptom and needs, relieving the symptom based on the evidence base, and also connect. We also have connect. Connects mean we connecting our patient has the good communication and present in our patient. And we also educate, giving the educators such as like the self-management and preparation for our patient. And also we advocate. For example, like we will listen the voice of our patient, what are their preferences and what they right, for example, like that. And we also make a coordinate, like transition and team communication. The last is about supporting family and psychological needs and facilitate for the advanced care planning and start decision maker when our patient need advanced treatment. So this is the idea, the role of the nursing in palliative care beyond the checking symptom. Like we also doing the systematic symptom assessment, like recognition the symptom cluster, and also changing non-pharmacological comfort, measuring the measure, for example, and also medication monitoring and response evaluation. And the nursing contribution here is to the value is continuous interpretation. This means that what is changing, what matters to this person, and what needs to have to happen the next. So, as mentioning in here, this is about the assessment. We assess, we do the assessment, and then we interpreting, and then we do the action, and we reassess again to evaluate it. And the second role is communication in the clinical intervention. So when in the palliative care, communication is not only a skill that, it's a simply skill, but the communication in the palliative care for nurses is intervention, treatment. So because in here we highlight, we need to listen, like understand fears, value and priority. And also we try to translate what make a complex information to be understandable to our patient. And then clarify, like surface goal and preferences, and connect, bring the patient, family, and team together, because the communication in one of mechanisms through the which autonomy and person-centered care become possible to do it. Okay. The role 3, the third role is protecting the autonomy. We highlight it, you see in the circle there. Autonomy means being heard and supported to decide. So it's called like we could combine voice, control, and choices. So it is matter for our patient, because we want to enhance, we want to giving back the autonomy to patient with advanced cancer. Usually they have not have it. And we advocate when the patient's voice is at risk and respect changing the goal of the treatment. And the last role is preserving dignity and personhood. So the dignity means like being treated as a person, not only as like a patient, just patient, but each person has the meaning, has the hope, that has this very subjective, because although the same diagnosis patient and for example, there are two same diagnosed patient and with two stage, it's different, because the person itself is very subjective. And nursing action, usually we giving the privacy, we assuming the privacy of respective languages and independent identity and preferences of our patient, and also we present to our patient when they need it. And the key question here is, what does dignity means to this person and what threatens it today? So the last is supporting meaning and hope are also essential well-being. The nursing here, nursing prison, when we talk about the supporting meaning, means that sometimes the intervention is still present, like listening, tolerating silence, recognizing meaning, and also staying with uncertainty. So we try to create a space for question about living and dying to our patient. So this is the integrative model that we propose, the nursing action to quality of life. It combined by assess and relief, communicate, perceive personhood, and also advocate and enable choices. So the highlight here, the message here is about the comfort care, dignity, autonomy, meaning, and connection to our patients. And this is our systematic review that we will propose today. Actually, this is initial result to our systematic review. When we review the question, how do nurses support dignity, autonomy, meaning, and quality of life in patients with advanced cancer receiving palliative care or supportive care? So we try to have systematic search using the two databases, Scopus and PubMed. We're doing the data publication, data abstract screening, and then full text screening, quality appraisal, thematic analysis, and the last one we used NVivo 15 to analyze our data. And this is the keyword that we use for the search. For example, the advanced is the domain is about the advanced cancer, palliative care, nursing, dignity, autonomy, meaning, and quality of life. And we have the fourth stage for the search. The first like core search, and then quality of life focus, and the third is about dignity and autonomy, meaning, and the last existential, the additional for the existential dimension search. And this is our Prisma flow diagram. We lastly from 1,000 above 1,000. We analyzed about 67 studies in this study. And we use the NVivo because we use the thematic analysis because we want to know what kind of the nursing contribution in the palliative care. We try to have the sensitizing concept like nursing role, dignity, autonomy, meaning, and quality of life. And this is the result, the brief result actually. We try to conclude about our result. This is the initial mind map that we propose in this study from nursing role until the meaning, hope, and quality of life. And there are 5 themes, the 5 themes and 5 many sub-themes. The 5 themes, for example, the first one is beyond system control. There are holistic nursing vision. And the theme 2 is protecting voice, choices, and control. And the theme 3 is perceiving personhood and dignity. Theme 4 is reconnecting patient with meaning, hope, and relationship. And the last one is enabling the quality of life through individualized coordinated care. This is the sub-theme, the code and child code that we generate in our NVivo 15. From the nursing role until the quality of life, there are a lot of sub-theme every theme, for example. And so what is the nursing, in the nursing practice, what is the implication? Nursing value may extend from the symptom control to protecting identity and voice. So like meaning and hope may become more visible when nurses create a relational space, and also quality of is multidimensional. Nursing sits at the intersection of the dimension. And this is the implication. So what we do after we knowing about what kind of the nurses contribution. So we assess early, we make space, we protect voice of our patient, We preserve personhood like dignity and identity. We coordinate like patient, family, and team, the healthcare team, and build capacity for palliative competencies. And this is our conclusion. The core pillars of the palliative care is including preserving dignity, fostering meaning, quality of life, and this is the elaboration from the third pillar of our results about the restoring honoring. For example, we respecting, asking our patient, asking permission, for example, for the procedure, and maybe for the dignity, we asking, what do I need to know about you as person to give you the best care, for example. And compassionate action, for example, we have the intentional gentle touches and maintaining modesty. And this is the fostering meaning, for example, we active listening. We doing the active listening, facilitating the spiritual and cultural connection, and also legacy building, like focusing on what they leave behind. For example, the relationship between the family, and also rather than what they are losing. And the last, the quality of life is highly subjective. The key, we need to enhance the quality of life. But we knowing that because it is the highly subjective, so it is nurses adjust strategies to fit these unique goals, like aggressive symptom and pain management. We integrated psychological and social support when empowering families and caregiver. And this is the unique position nurses. Why we matters in palliative care? Because nurses 24 per 7 present in the hospital. We are in the bedside during the quiet, fearful hours of the night, and when the accidental patient usually often arrive. And also we can have a bridge acting as the vital link between the complex medical team, specialists, and overwhelmed family members. And the last, we also have the advocate. We capture the patient's deepest fears and wishes, ensuring their voice is heard in every medical decision. So this is the last message, the home message. Palliative nursing is not only about managing symptoms. It is about helping people remain heard, valued, connected, and able to live according to what matters to them. And beyond symptom management, dignity, autonomy, meaning, and quality of life, it means that we cannot change it. Even if we cannot change the outcome, but we can fundamentally change the journey of our patient with the cancer. So that's all my presentation. Thank you for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Hani. Finally, I have something that sits with me well, because from this morning, everything I heard is cells, okay? And it's not my expertise or area, so that's why. Thank you very much, Dr. Hani. And then I hope all the participants' focus and attention is still in this room, because Dr. Dimas has a completely different topic that we will differ for these last sessions. Okay, for Dr. Dimas, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so I think this is the last presentation for today. Thank you for your attention, and because today I will discuss about the cancer from a slightly different perspective because of my background is a physiotherapy. So today I want to start with the question, what happens to the person after surviving a cancer? Okay. So Okay, when we say someone has survived a cancer, what do that actually mean? Does it mean tumor is gone? It mean the treatment is completed? Or the survivors mean something more? Because from the patient perspective, surviving cancer may not simply they the tumor is gone, but they hope they will able to work, they able to play with their children, they able to doing some exercises. So the question I want to put on the table today is being alive is enough? Okay, for the first, let's recognize the success story because of the improvement of the earlier detection, better surgery, and also the systemic therapies, so maybe radiation, chemotherapy, etc. It's the result, growing population of people who are living with and beyond cancer. This is a good news, but it creates another challenge for healthcare system. If more people survive cancer, then we need to ask what kind of life they are living after the treatment. So let's imagine this pathway. A patient is diagnosed with cancer, and then they receive the treatment. The treatment is successful. The patient survived. And then what? So this is the survivorship story begins because the biological successful of cancer treatment does not necessarily mean that the person and the physical capability, function, and also participation has completely returned. So we need to distinguish two outcomes. The first outcome is the disease outcome. Is the cancer control? Is the patient alive? Is from the disease outcome. And the second one is the human outcomes. Can the person back to their activity? Can they participate? Can they return to the meaningful life? These two outcomes are related but not identical. A patient can have a successful oncology outcomes maybe and still have substantial functional limitation. A successful cancer treatment does not automatically equal a successful functional recovery. Okay. So the cancer treatment, it's a treatment that have consequences across several domains. We can see maybe fatigue, weakness, pain, neuropathy, loss of muscle mass. But those impairments don't remain isolated within the body. So they affect the movement. The movement affects the activity, and the activity affects the participation, and eventually all of these influence quality of life. So when we talk about the survivorship, we should not only ask about whether the disease is controlled or not. We should ask what the disease and treatment have done to the person's physical life. So I like the illustration of the iceberg because above the water we can see the things that are easy to define: the cancer status, the treatment completion, survival, disease control, symptoms, etc. But below the surface there may be fatigue, weakness, neuropathy, and also maybe they afraid of movement, afraid of fall. So it reduces the participation in their life. And some of this problem may not be obvious during a routine medical consultation with the doctors. So the patient may look well and then they say I'm okay, I'm feeling great, and then but perhaps they stop doing something at their home. They stop like several activities in their home that they used to do. So the quality of life is obviously multidimensional because it's already mentioned before, but let's make it very, very practical. If, we can ask, can you walk? Can you climb the stairs? Or can you exercise? It's a, this is not a simply question, because this question not concerned about how the muscle strength or endurance, but they concerned about the life participation. And this is where the rehabilitation becomes important, because ultimately patients don't want to achieve a better, maybe 6-minute walking test or something. They want to be able to live their life. Okay, so perhaps we have to expand our definition about the success of cancer treatment. So we start with the tumor response, okay, and then survival. But after survival, we should think about the function, and then the participation, and ultimately meaningful life. This doesn't uh, reduce the importance of oncology, but it expands the definition what the successful cancer care means. So we should. I want to move closer to into my area, into my expert. The and cancer and its treatment can affect many physiological systems, but the patient doesn't experience this change as isolated physiological variables. They experience them through what their body can and cannot do. And one of the most visible output in my area is movement. Okay. So, okay, let's take an example. A patient may experience chemotherapy and then induce peripheral neuropathy. Another patient may develop muscle weakness, and another may have a severe fatigue. This is a different clinical problems, but eventually they may convert into something we can observe: slower movement, poor balance, altered gait, reduced confidence, reduced physical activity. So this is where the physiotherapy has an important role. Okay, if okay, this is two example. If I perform a walking test to the patient, I may ask how much can you walk or how far can you walk. This is an important question for us, for a physical therapist. But from a movement science perspective, I would also ask about how do you walk? Okay, because two people may walk at the same distance, but they perform different quality of walking, different strategies. So that might tell us something about their functional reserve. Okay, let's take 6-minute walking test. And suppose two survivors, we have two survivors. They perform 6-minute walking test and walk 480 meters. And from the conventional perspective, they have some results. They can perform 480 meters. But there, one may walk with stable gait, another may have shorter step, greater variability, and feeling fear of falling. The total distance is useful, but it's compress a complex movement behavior into a number. Okay. The second example is the TUG, time up and go test. Let's say they perform equal 11.2 seconds in type up and go test, but what actually happened during those 11.2 seconds? Because in TUG they perform sit to stand, walking, turning, walk back, and then sitting again. So these are not one movement. They have several movements that connected together. So the question becomes, can we learn something by looking inside the test? Okay. This is the another example of test that we can use to assess the quality of movement. But the total time is valuable because it's simple, inexpensive, and also clinically practical. But the problem is that total times hide something that we can see from the quality of movement. So the problem may result why the patient was slow is it in the sit to stand area or from the walking stage or the turning stage? So this is where the movement decomposition become interesting. Okay, so the movement is a final expression of multiple systems. It comes from strength, power, balance, sensory information, motor control, and etc. And the system interact continuously. So the movement can be took as integrated output of the person functional capacity. That make movement particularly interesting for rehabilitation, but there's an even bigger question. So if the movement reflect multiple physiological and psychological systems, so it also tell us something about the person functional life. So this is the conceptual pathway. Maybe from the movement, it will affect the function, and the function affect the activity. Activity affect the participation, and participation is closely related to the quality of life. Therefore, the movement assessment may provide one additional window into survivorship. So this is the maybe the clinical example. Imagine a cancer survivor with peripheral neuropathy. The problem starts with altered sensory input that can influence balance and gait, so that person become less confident walking outdoors, so they reduce the activity, outdoor activity, and eventually the problem is no longer about the symptom of neuropathy, but the person is participating less in life. So the impairment may be in the body, but the consequences can be in the person's life. So now imagine a survivor who is medically doing very well. They are cancer-free, independent, no major pain. Okay. From the medical perspective, this look like an excellent result, right? But this person walks more slowly, avoid stairs, stop exercise, afraid of falling. So is this a is this a successful recovery for the patient? So this is maybe for just a concept, because I want to be more clear that I'm not arguing against the patient reported outcomes or quality of life questionnaire, but how does the patient experience in their life? But experience and performance is quite different. Okay, so this is the for the first window is the patient experience. how do I feel, yeah. And the second is performance, how I do perform. Both are important. A patient may report feeling well, but demonstrate subtle functional decline. Another may perform relatively, but report significant fatigue or fear. When we combine this perspective, we get a rich picture for the patient. Now I want to add more layer about the movement behavior. So what does the person actually do? How do they move? How variable is their movement? How much physical activity do they perform? So if we combine the patient reported outcomes, clinical performance, and also movement behavior, we may get a complete picture of the person's functional health. So this is a lead to maybe provocative question. Could movement become a functional biomarker? Because today I heard a lot of biomarkers. So I use the word potential. I'm not suggesting that the gait or TUG as a diagnosis for cancer, of course. I'm talking about something different, that could movement provide an objective, repeatable sign of function in cancer survivorship? So this is a question that need more research. So traditionally our measurement tools has been very simple. We just using stopwatch and give us a number. But now technology can capture more. We can use our smartphone, the initial sensor, or wearable device such as smartwatch. And the objective is not collect the more data simply. The objective is identify the information that actually help for clinical decision making. Okay, so this is the example of technology that we can use. What happened during the, how did they walking, how symmetrical about the movement. We can use the smartphone, IMU sensors, and we can analyze using AI as well. So, but the technology is not the goal, because measurement is just a tool. Our goal remains very simple. We want to have a better assessment for better clinical decision and improve the rehabilitation, and after that we have better participation of life from the patient. Okay, this is the comparison, maybe the old paradigm of cancer treatment. So perhaps we need to expand the traditional cancer pathway, just cancer treatment and survival. But now, after the survival, we're still thinking how about the function, how about the participation, and also quality of life from the patient survivors. So this is the physiotherapy have unique opportunity for the cancer survivors. We can measure, we can understand the movement, we can modify the impairment, we can train the capacity, we can monitor the change, but the most important is we can connect the improvement into the participation of life. So this is the example of two different cancer survivor case. For the first, we have to screening what they need and then assess the movement function. After that, we identify the individual function needs and design personalized rehabilitation. That's why for the male, for the colon cancer and also breast cancer, they might have the different key impairments. Then they have different rehabilitation focus. So we need to design personalized rehabilitation. After that, we monitor the response and ultimately help that person to return to meaningful activities. So, because the surviving cancer should give someone's opportunity to life, is not simply to remain alive. So after the survival, we think about the back to the function, and then move to the movement health, and then improve the participation, and the last one is for living now. So for the last, the cancer treatment save lives, but physiotherapy restore the function, participation, and also quality of life. Okay, thank you for your participation, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dimas, and all the speakers, the three speakers. I hope you guys still hear your attention. Okay, so we are coming to the Q&A session and discussion session. You may raise your hand if you want to discuss something. Okay, sure. You can help with the mic. Okay, you can mention which speaker that you want to ask, and then deliver your questions.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity and also all of the speakers in this evening. So good evening, Mr. Jamil. I want to ask to you, it is a great opportunity to learn from your research experience. So hello, I'm Nuha Haifa Arifin from Universitas Gajah Mada. I'm interested in your study, especially the way you integrate in silico and also in vivo. My question is regarding your hub gene selection process in your analysis using cytohuba. You employ the MCC method. Could you please elaborate on the rationale behind using MCC over other topological methods available in cytohuba? Maybe like a degree betweenness or closeness, specifically in the context of PPI interaction network. What the advantage does MCC offer in identifying biologically relevant hub proteins? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mbak
Nuha
dari Gajah Mada. Ya. Dari Pajajaran, Gajah Mada?
Gajah Mada.
Gajah Mada ya. Gajah Mada. Baik. Saya coba pakai bahasa Indonesia ya. Karena pertanyaannya sulit banget. Baik, kami menggunakan sitohuba. Memang kan sitohuba bisa dimasukkan di dalam situscape. Dalam situscape, ketika itu kita memang akan diberi opsi apakah betweenness, centrality dan lain-lain gitu ya. Berdasarkan literatur yang kami baca, yang tadi juga kami sertakan, yang kita pakai dengan sitohuba tadi itu closeness yang kita pakai itu untuk melihat apakah hubnya semakin dekat, artinya semakin tinggi ratingnya berarti hubnya semakin banyak. Hub yang semakin banyak pada protein tersebut menjadikan protein itu semakin sentral perannya dalam sebuah pathway. Ketika perannya semakin sentral dalam sebuah pathway, tentu saja ketika dia itu diinterfer oleh protein oleh senyawa-senyawa yang kita identifikasi tadi, dia akan memiliki efek yang lebih besar dibandingkan yang skor sentralitasnya lebih rendah. Oleh karena itulah reasoning kami gunakan kita gunakan pilihan tadi itu karena dengan asumsi dia memiliki nilai interferensi pengaruh yang paling besar dibanding yang lain. Nah, tentu saja karena ini namanya aktivitas prediktif, penelitian prediktif ya in silico itu, tentu saja hasilnya juga perlu kita konfirmasi secara in vitro di sel maupun in vivo yang kami lakukan langsung secara in vivo, ternyata ya itu tadi penjelasan, walaupun kita tidak bisa menjelaskan secara molekuler memang betul yang berinteraksi adalah protein ini dan itu, namun dengan prediksi baik setelah dikasih tuhuba, kemudian kita prediksi pathway-nya, kemudian pathway itu kita cek berdasarkan kecocokannya dengan senyawa-senyawa, kita temukan dan kita docking, ternyata skornya juga bagus, dan sehingga dari situ kita bisa terangkan inilah prediksi mengapa kapelisidinnya tinggi, kemudian pro-inflammatory cytokine-nya rendah, sementara itu juga tidak mempengaruhi pathway untuk produksi anti-inflammatory cytokine. Oleh karena itu, konfirmasi ini menjadi penting, ya, konfirmasi setelah penelitian in silico menjadi penting. Sehingga ketika kita akan publish, mereka akan senang ketika kita sudah kasih konfirmasi secara in vivo. Secara in vitro saja, in silico saja memang bisa. Seperti saya pernah publish di GRESPAM, ya, Journal of Research Pharmacy di Turki, di Marmara University, itu full saya pakai in silico analysis. Itu bisa Mbak tracking, saya kira itu juga bisa dijadikan bahan untuk kita diskusi. Saya senang kalau nanti kita kolaborasi kapan-kapan untuk penelitian itu. Saya juga lihat di poster di depan, Mbak, salah satu yang itu ya, makanya ini sangat relate dengan penelitian saya yang di situ ya. Terima kasih. Yes. Mudah-mudahan bisa menjawab. Ya.
Nanti kita diskusi.
Iya, oke.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Any questions or discussion do you guys want to?
Thank you. So I'm Muti from Universitas Gadjah Mada. So my question is addressed to Dr. Femi from nursing. So you already explained about the palliative care for cancer patients in Indonesia in general, but can you also share about the hospice care in Indonesia? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, about the hospice care, it's like actually it's similar with palliative care actually, but hospice care is focusing only very the end of the cancer, the advanced cancer. I mean, like it is merely the end of life, and the main focus in hospice and also palliative care is actually the same. But in Indonesia, not all the city has the hospice care actually. For the hospital, there are maybe not specialized. For example, in Malang, we didn't have the hospice care in Malang special for the hospice care. But maybe in Jakarta, we have like in the Cipto Mangunkusumo, it's already well known and also well established. But when I in Taiwan, I have learned about the hospice and palliative care actually. In Taiwan, they have the hospice care in every hospital, and they have like the nurse specialist hospice care. But in Indonesia, I didn't still not actually, unfortunately we don't have yet about the nurses specialist hospice care. Or but actually the palliative care is, but it's limited, very limited. In Taiwan, we do a lot of supporting to patients with the end of life, for example. But when I worked in the International Hospital in Surabaya, maybe 20 years ago, I doing the palliative care, but not special. I mean, we don't call it actually palliative care for specialists, but we do the responsibility of nurse palliative when we taking care of patient in the international hospital, because in there they have the standard for the patient with the cancer, advanced cancer, especially. For example, we support the spiritual. We call the religious leader, even Muslim, Buddhist, and then etc. Yeah, we do it there. For example, we ask our patient, what do you need? What do you want to do? What do you need to have like for peace? Yeah, we call the leaders. Then yeah, for example, like that, it's doing in the some part of the hospital in Indonesia, but not special for the hospice care. But actually we're doing that, but we don't have the specialist for the nurses yet. Something like that.
I think it's very important not only for the comfort of the patient,
Yes.
but also to prepare the family.
Yes, yes. This is the key point of the palliative or hospice care, because we prepare our patient and also our caregivers, it means family, when they have to be a bereavement, prepare for bereavement when someday the patient is passed away or something else. So we just have, yeah, the meaning is we prepare them for, the patient is far for dignity to going dying, something like that, and the family is prepared for the bereavement. Yeah, this is the point of the hospice or palliative care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henny. Is there anyone still want to discuss with the speakers? Okay, so Pak Dimas will be like, sudah. Okay, so maybe that's all. It was thoughtful and thoughtful sessions with with three speakers and then with you all participants. And then I hope you guys following all the speakers, and because we are jumbling around for pharmacy, nursing, and physical therapy. And as we are ended the Q&A sessions, we are reached to the end of this session. And so And then thank you very much for all the speakers and all the participants that engaged in this session. Please give a round of applause for all of us. And that was all from me. I'll send back the mic to the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to the three speakers and also Mrs. Mini. So, ladies and gentlemen, we already come to the last agenda. On behalf of the committee, we would like to thank our deepest gratitude to all speakers, participants for making this event success. We would like to apologize for any mistake during this event. And I would like to remind you that event for tomorrow will be begin at 7 a.m. sharp. Tomorrow's agenda will include the oral presentation, annual meeting of ISSC, and also poster judging and the announcement of the winner. We kindly ask all participants to arrive on time at 7 a.m. and be ready before the session begins. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And to close this event, let's say hamdalah and kafaratul majlis dua. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Meninggalkan makanan, minuman, botol minum, apapun di ruangan. Sekali lagi mohon kerjasamanya, kotak makan atau snack, kemudian minuman atau sampah apapun untuk dibawa keluar dan bisa dibuang di tempat sampah yang telah disediakan. Kemudian kami